I get blasted by audio. The audio kind of scrambles when you're plugging in a controller while the game is running. Okay. All right. Flashbang, SEGA and RGG Studios and their white screens. Also have to give a nod to a Banco too. Instant flashbang. Although I have to say, when I saw the trailer drop for Yakuza or Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth and Like a Dragon Gaiden, RGG Studios flipped their logo. Now it's a white logo on black background. So up to the modern trend. But these older titles, it's just flashbang every time. And Sega still flashbangs. just like Banco. Just flashbang every time when on the splash screen. Alright. So summary, we finished all of Akiyama, most of Akiyama and Haruka's completion sub stories, right? And then we started Shinada's section, and we're just getting into his side story, which is the batting thing. And I was really hitting it hard because we had a complete baseball session the last time we played. Now we're just gonna go and continue the baseball session. Alright. You know, he's only level 10 right now, and I don't even know. My flowing counter, parry or is it B? Okay, so this is the like Komaki equivalent, Komaki reversal equivalent, Komaki parry equivalent. Then transitions immediately into a grabbing counter. Interesting. Well, we're not gonna battle. I don't think we're gonna get to doing sub stories today because we're doing a side story. Well, it's 5 out of 16. Alright, now we gotta get reacclimated to the baseball timing again on this one, which is substantially different from Yakuza 6. And the other ones, actually. It's quite different. It stands alone on its unique properties. I love that command sound. The baseball confirm sound. I'm looking for the awesome batter mentioned in Katatsu's blog. Is that me? Oh, is he talking to himself? No retry. What does that mean by no retry? Angelic voice. What does an angelic voice sound like? Excuse me. No. Excuse me. Are you the amazing batter everyone's been talking about? Say what? Oh. The sound effects. Mamma mia, she's beautiful. Why yes, I do understand there has been some positive rumors about me, and you are. I'm Yukino Iota. I've been looking I've been looking all over for you. Wait, is she a picture or something? Oh no. You see, my daddy, he needs help. I thought you'd be the right guy to ask. Your daddy? That's a little suspicious. This is a trap. Okay. See, my daddy works at a bank, and he coaches his branch's baseball team. Okay, less of a trap now. If they don't win the game they're playing right now, he says he's gonna get fired. How's that possible? They're only playing for fun, right? Why would he get fired over that? Daddy's boss is the branch manager. He loves baseball, especially their annual tournament. A winning coach even gets a foot up on promotions. I see. So your daddy volunteered to be a coach because he had an eye on that promotion? That's exactly what he did, even though he doesn't know a thing about baseball. The team hadn't won a single game since he became coach. RIP. The branch manager is furious too. If the team doesn't win this one, they'll come in last and daddy will lose his job? Whoa. Feels bad, man. So please, I beg you, won't you join his team and help them win? If daddy were to lose his job, I don't know what I'd do. Little bombshell like this. And a banker dad? Yakuza. Hope she's single. Freaking Shinada. He's such a tramp. Worry not, fair maiden. Tears have no place on the cheeks of a goddess. I'm sorry, what? Have no fear, Yakino-chan. I would be honored to lend my assistance to your father's ailing team. You have my word. I will lead them to victory. You will? Yay, you're my hero. Now, let us be off. To the games at once. Way to go, Shinada. Way to go. Wait. Is there actually a baseball section for this? Oh, there is. Interesting. So Yakuza 6 isn't the first time. Although they really turned it into something in Yakuza 6. We just did this mini game in Yakuza 6. The baseball team sim. Boss, this is our last chance. You're the coach. You'll have to do something. They're called the Shines. Okay. Oh, calm down. We're only losing by a run. Are you kidding? Our backs are against the wall here. It's the bottom of the ninth, and they've already got 2 outs against us. Oh, that's what they meant by no retry. Kind of don't know what you're talking about, but is our situation really that dire? You have to get your head in the game, boss. Your job is riding on this. Daddy, I brought reinforcements. More like reinforcement. He's a really awesome batter who everyone's talking about online. Oh wow, that's great. We got a pinch hitter. Please, we need you on the plate at once. Excuse me. How do you pinch to hit? No, boss. It means to replace a batter with another batter. What? You can do that in baseball? Let me get this straight. It's like when you're at a massage parlor and the girl is absolutely ghastly. Then you can change to another girl. That's it. Yes, spot on. You know your way around. You have he's such a sleaze. You have no idea. Why would he mention massage parlors in front of his own daughter? Is it his daughter though? Alright then. Pinchy, have at it. Remember, a man's job is at stake here. Oh, I just know you can do it. Please make my daddy's team win. I'm starting to feel like it's not the daddy as in dad. Your faith in me is well placed. As surely as Shinada is my name, so will I lead your team to victory. So here's what we've got. It's the bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, men on second and third, and we're down by a run. Oh, this scenario happens so many times in Yakuza 6. In other words, it's a perfect setup for a game-winning walk-off home run. I'll slam out a big one for this bad mama jama? Jamma? Mama jamma? What's the... Nada, please. Laying it on thick there, buddy. Oh. Wow. Alright. I didn't warm up, but alright. One at bat and one home run. Okay. If I'm gonna win it in one hit, it pretty much has to be a homer. Oh no. Rip. Okay. I forgot. You have to tap it early. Wait. Oh, you can strike out of the strike zone because it's... Okay. I mean, you can... Is that it? Did we get it? Nice. It's much, much earlier. I had to remind myself it's a lot earlier. Hooray, Shinada-san. You were amazing out there. Thank you so much. Oh, haha. No problem. No problem at all. I dedicated that hit to you, by the way. You did? Well, you sure look good in the batter's box. Almost like you belong there. Oh, this is definitely going somewhere. I can feel it. Oh, please. Please be my sugar mama. I'm more than willing to be your sugar baby. Thanks for that hit. You saved us all. Well, me mostly. I was trying to help Yukina-san. She's a lovely lady. She is indeed. I need to thank you somehow. Is there anything you request? I mean, there's a very good chance Yukina is this... he's the sugar daddy. Not... Yeah. Oh no. I wasn't expecting anything in return. Now, how about that? You're a man of rare nobility, but still, I must reward you. Tell me what you would like. Well, if I may be so forward, I would like to ask for your blessing to know Yukina-san intimately. I beg your pardon. Do you have any idea what you just said? What you're saying? Oh crap. Was I too hasty here? You slithery, scandalous scoundrel. How dare you try to get at my mistress? Oh, it's... yeah. Yep. You should be ashamed. Wait. She's your what? Oh, daddy, since you didn't get fired, you'll buy me a condo like you promised, won't you? Yeah, it's the sugar daddy. Ha ha ha. Oh, Yukina, you know I can't say no to my sweet little duchess. Of course I will. Daddy always keeps his promises. Okay, but it has to be a penthouse. There you go. Sugar daddy confirmed. Feels bad, man. Feels used. Daddy, huh? Oh, right. That kind of daddy. Indeed. I suppose a thank you is in order for helping us win. Oh yeah, don't mention it. I know you got a bad impression of our boss, but he is a good guy to work for. I'm honestly relieved he won't be fired. I know it isn't much, but please accept this as our thanks. A rage ring? I didn't get the other pieces yet. Gee, thanks. I guess I don't feel as bad now. If there's another opportunity, we'd be honored to have you join us again. See you around. We really cut it down to the wire, right? It was 2 outs, a man on second and a man on third base with 2 strikes. And then we land the home run on the 3rd hit. That's what we call pressure. Alright, alright. So they did kind of do a baseball thing. Critical surgery. I'm too scared to go in for surgery. Is this person hurt? I wish I could encourage them. Hey, this This gets a callback. This gets a throwback in Yakuza 6 when Kiryu dresses up as Onomichio to encourage a kid to get surgery to because their parents couldn't. She was too scared for their parents' sake. So Kiryu dressed up as Onomichio to increase. But looks like Shinada did the same. Excuse me. Hmm? You're the guy from Kotatsu-san's blog, aren't you? The awesome batter? Wait, are you in scrubs? Did you just run from the hospital? My man. Yeah, I guess that's me, but what's up with you? Are you a inpatient or something? Yes. I'm due for an operation, but I got scared and ran away from the hospital. Okay. Checks out. You did what? I kept thinking about what would happen if it didn't work, and I couldn't go through with it. The surgery is that critical. The doctor said there's nothing to worry about, but I'm the one going under the knife. Either they succeed or they fail. 50-50. I'm not sure if that's how that works. If the operation fails, I'll never be able to hold my bat again. Oh. When I thought about that, I found myself running here. And then I saw you, the hero of the local batting cages. I'm sorry though, I shouldn't have bothered you. It's okay. You're not bothering me any. But listen, you can't avoid this surgery, can you? Shouldn't you be going back to the hospital? I know I should, but I'm scared out of my wits. If I could, I'd rather put off the surgery until it's too late to operate. What? You don't want to do that? You don't want to do that. I try not to think about it, but I keep dwelling on what would happen if they screw up. Ugh. Why do I have to go through this? Ugh. Oh. How about we do this? We'll have a little bet. You and me. A bet? I'll go into this batting cage here. If I hit a homer, you go get your surgery. Deal? Wasn't there a story like that from the big leagues? Some famous slugger promised a homer to a sick little boy? There are so many of those, I don't know if they're referring to a specific one. Yeah, there was. Now, I'm not claiming to be anyone famous, but what do you say? Do we have a deal? I'll even limit myself to just the first 3 pitches. Only 3 pitches. Well, it's a home run at a batting center. If I get too many throws, it'll be too easy, right? Okay, I accept that challenge. That's settled then. Just watch me, alright? I'll look like a chump if I don't come through. It's either a homer or nothing, yeah. Alright. Let's get that batting courage, you know? A bit of batting courage for the kid. It's so much earlier. It's not when the ball gets to the strike box. Gotta remember that. That's gonna be rough. Okay. It's always the third one. It's really, really early in this game. You have to start swinging before it gets anywhere near your strike box. Your hit, like your batter box. You did it! It's a home run! You really hit a home run for me! Yep. Now it's on you to hold up your end of the bargain. The doctors are waiting to operate on you, aren't they? Okay. I'm not scared anymore. I'll go have it done. Time to get circumcised. Wait! What? 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 Huh? Did you say circumcised? Ugh. Come on, RGG. Not like this. Yes, it's a very delicate operation. If they screw up, it would be disastrous. For example, you won't be able to hold your bat anymore. Oh my. Hey, well. What the crap? That bat? Oh, so all these are gonna be lewd? Oh my gosh. Shinada's themes for sub-stories are all lewd. Most of them are lewd. Lewd sub-stories. Sub-things. Man. You little dingbat. Go get it snipped already. You got me all worked up over nothing. I'm ready to take it on now. Please take this as my thanks. Really. Thank you so much. Low resilience jacket? We just helped the guy work up the courage to get circumcised. Wow. I wouldn't have thought I would be saying that, but alright. Coffins, collisions into walls on ground. Okay, fair enough. Alright. Well, that's something. That's new. I don't think I can ever say that too often. Beware of bean balls. The beanball bully is loose. He hurts me and others. Watch out. Oh, this is where I use that avoid. What is this? So there's a mechanic in this batting thing that I didn't think I would use, and it's avoid. I think it's the right shoulder button. Come on, move it. Hmm? But I don't want to go. What you say? You don't want to bat against me? Huh? You got a problem with the way I pitch? Well, it's just that Furugaki-san, you always throw wild. Everyone who goes up against you gets beamed. So what? I don't see a problem with that. Now quit whining and get in there. No. Oh. Okay, here comes the bean balls. Which is a fun, whenever I think about bean balls, I think of Futurama. Because of bean balls. Oh, what's her name? She played Beanball, and she basically just beans people. or she plays the future, like the future ball. Swarm ball? No. I forgot what it's called. It's like Slurm Ball, right? Because it's named after the Slurm, the drink, or something. And she became a beaner. She just beans people right in the face because she has poor depth perception, and she basically doesn't look when she pitches. What's that about? Oh, him? That's Furugaki, the beanball bully. Beanball bully? What's that supposed to mean? He's got no ball control. People call him that for nailing all his opponents with beanballs. The guy used to be a pitcher for his school team, but what with his bad attitude and hitting batters all the time, he ended up quitting. Since then, he grabs other kids and make them go up to bat against their will. Of course, he ends up hitting most of them with beanballs too. Huh. Sounds like a real jerk. Oh, he got away. Hey, are you okay? Where do you think you're going? You trying to tick me off? Because it sure seems like you're trying to tick me off. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn near everything's trying to tick me off these days. No more. I'm tired of getting hurt just so you can have fun. Who cares what you say? It just keep your yap shut and plant your feet in the batter's box like a good little boy. Please, if you could just help me. Good gravy. Good grief. Huh? Who's this ugly old oaf? Look, I don't like seeing kids get bullied, especially when it comes to baseball. This is supposed to be a fun pastime, not an exercise in torture. Have some compassion, man. Why should I? All I want is to pitch against someone. What's so wrong with that? Hey, maybe I should take you on for size. You serious, kid? Please, just do it. Is that what it takes to get rid of him? Sheesh. Well, I guess I'm stepping in for you then. Alright, alright. I'm cool with that. I like how you roll, old man. But only on one condition. If I get a hit off you, you stop forcing kids to be your targets. Huh. As if. That ain't happening. Wait, are you scared to lose? Some bully you are. I'll tell you to drop the tough guy act. But you just did that for me. What you say? Oh, now you've done it. You're on. Come with me. Wait, am I supposed to hit it or avoid it? Alright. Let's do this. I want to make you regret picking a fight with me. Now the rules, I came up with these myself. If you strike out, you lose. And since I got lousy control, balls don't get you a base, okay? Oh, and if you get a hit by a pitch, you lose automatically. Oh. What kind of busted rules are those? They stack completely in your favor. I don't remember asking your opinion. Anyway, you can only win by not getting beamed and getting a hit off me. Gee, how generous. But fine, have it your way. Oh yeah? Best thing about it, it ain't my fault if you get hurt. Try not to cry all the way to the infirmary. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna avoid if it's outside the batter box? Like the strike zone? Or do I still try to hit it? Wake up and smell the beam ball. Alright. Oh. I see. Here's a... Okay. I see. Dang it. I did get a hit though. Didn't need to be a homer. Didn't need to be a homer. So there's a indicator that tells you you're about to get beamed. Fair enough. No way. Unbelievable. You dodged my berserker beamballs and got a hit. I sure did. Now you better keep your promise. Alright. I'm done acting up. I mean it. Good. Now, your control is brutal, but you really do have a mean pitch. Why don't you quit messing around and develop some proper form? But I always had rotten control. Practice won't make it better. You only get to say that if you actually go to practice. A guy who bailed on his team and causes a bunch of trouble doesn't have the right. Huh. Maybe you have a point. Maybe I'm just running away from effort, from reality, from baseball. Ooh, that's a deep cut. We won't get into that. Urugaki-san, that's deep. It's not that deep, to be honest. Dude, I'm sorry for what I put you through. I'm going back to baseball for real. No more of this stupid stuff. Now that's deep. Thanks for taking the time to show me the error of my ways. Here, you should have this. Oh, okay. I was kind of hoping for like baseball equipment. I don't know how long it'll take, but the next time I face you, I'm gonna beat you with a proper set of rules. Huh. I look forward to it. That's kind of nice. Kind of wholesome. I like it. Next one. I want to be a pro. I'm going to turn pro no matter what. It's written over and over. Some high school kid. Excuse me. Are you Tatsuo Shinada? The one who played with the Wyverns? Wow, he knows who he is. Aha! I thought I recognized you from somewhere. When I walked by you, swinging away in the cages, I could have sworn it was you. I'm so lucky I ran into you again. Lucky? What do you mean? Oh, allow me to explain. My name is Kyoma Moroboshi. I'm 40 and I'm training to be a pitcher in the pros. You're 40 and training to be a pitcher in the pros? Yikes. You're 40? I don't mean to be rude, but most pros would be long retired by then. Don't you think it's a little too late? Hey, we're free to chase our dreams however old we are. I want to pitch for the major leagues, and I won't give up until my dying breath. Suit yourself. So what do you want from me? I've been going to all the club trials every year, but they never call me back. At this age, I'm starting to get a bit discouraged. You don't say. So this is where you come in. I want you to help restore my waning confidence. And just how am I gonna do that? By letting me pitch against you. If I can strike out a professional athlete, then I'll know all of my hard work hasn't been for naught. Well, he's not really a professional athlete. Yeah, but I was a professional athlete 15 years ago. And besides, Kuma? I thought I find you here again. Wife? Why are you spending all your time on baseball instead of focusing on work? How sad would our father be? Oh, sister. How sad our father would be to see you like this. Give me a break, sis. I'm in the middle of an important man-to-man talk. My self-worth depends on it. Yeesh. I'm so sorry. My brother isn't bothering you, is he? No, not quite yet. Mind telling me what's up? We lost our father young, you see. He left us with a tiny screw factory that's hanging on by thread. But this lazy brother of mine only cares about chasing unrealistic dreams. Yikes. Ah, now I get the picture. I keep telling you, I won't spend the rest of my life covered in grime and sweat at that crappy workshop. Wolf. Kuma, how dare you say that to about our father's factory? He worked so hard he could realize his dream of leaving it to you. I don't care. I'm gonna strike out Shinada-san and regain my courage to keep chasing my dream. You will accept my challenge, won't you? Oh, what if I get a hit? Huh. If I'm worried about losing, I would never play. I train hard every day. I can't lose to you, Shinada-san. You've been retired so long. I mean, if he's retired, beating him means you're not playing against a professional, but I mean, I like if I worried about losing, I would never play. That's a very fair phrase. Then just because you train very hard, it doesn't mean you can't lose. That's when it went downhill. And then suddenly his rationale does it just rears off of a cliff. Please accept my challenge. I'll compensate you properly for getting in the batter's box too. Oh, alright. I'm not going to pull any punches. It's not my fault if I dent your confidence even more, okay? Hi. Understood. Alright. I should advance to MSQ so it doesn't look like Shinada's beaten up. Because he recently got beaten up. One at bat, just one hit? Okay. Okay. Alright. Get out of here. Dang. That looks great. It's a replay, but still. What? How? I can't even shut down a long retired batter? It's even harder to take on an active pro. You need to face reality. So this is the world of the pros. It's so harsh. Was I foolish to think I could measure up? I wouldn't call it foolish. It's hard to say it's wrong to follow a dream. But at the same time, what if you're following your dream is hurting those who are important to you? Does that seem right to you? Your sister is clearly worried about you. Aren't there ways of making her happy that don't involve pro baseball? Come on, Kuma. Let's go home. It's alright if you don't become a pro. There's happiness to be found in living a plain and simple life. Whoa, that went the other end too. I can't. What? I can't give up on my dreams. Please, give me one more chance, Shinada-san. Just one more. That's all I ask. Okay, I'm gonna redouble my training and challenge you again. But next time, I'm shutting you down. This is the only thing that matters. Yikes. Jeez, don't you get it? I'll tell you flat out, you're never gonna make it to the pros. Like heck I'm not. You're gonna be going down flailing next time. Kuma, wait. What about your thanks for roping Shinada-san into your ludicrous challenge? Can't you see I'm busy? You deal with it. I need to go train. Man, that is a very immature 40-year-old right there. I'm so sorry. This isn't much of a thanks, as it is a token of apology for all the trouble we put you through. And bleeding hearts for the sis. A sturdy knife. The sister just gives you a sturdy knife. Please use it responsibly. Anyway, I'll talk some sense to Kiyuma so he won't bother you again. Yeah, I'll say. I doubt he'll listen to reason. When he comes to challenge me again, I'll have to burst his bubble for good. Gonna have a salty run back on this one. You gave us a knife. What is that supposed to imply? A foul demonstration. I don't know how to cut fouls off pitches. It does take a certain kind of technique, I guess. Oh, forcing fouls? Interesting. This sucks. Why would anyone have to train for this? Oh, he must be in the high school. Maybe he's got some batting trouble. Hey there. Why the long face? Huh? Who are you? Oh, nobody special. Just your average, men's health journalist who happened to be in the area. That's a funny way to talk about a risque magazine. Or a tabloid. Or a tabloid writer. Oh snap, I know what that is. So do you like get to go to the massage parlor all the time? That sounds like the best job in the world. Oh wait, he knows what he's referring to. It's honestly not that great. I mean, I do go to get my muscle tussled quite often, but hey, that's not what I'm here to talk about. Look, I noticed you were talking to yourself about training. I used to be quite the slugger myself back in my day. If you like, I'd be happy to give you some pointers. Well, I'm just conflicted. See, my coach told me to learn how to foul pitches off. Oh yeah? He wants you to learn how to cut away pitches you don't like and run up the pitch count. True. That's a pretty good strategy. Yeah, well, I'm our team's cleanup hitter, but my stats after 2 strikes are terrible. Okay. I get psyched out by the pitcher. I swing at bad throws and I have a pile of strikeouts to show for it. Coach has had enough and he's talking about dropping me from the starting lineup unless I get it together. So that's why he wants you to learn how to hit fouls. It's not wrong, you know. When a batter gets behind on the count, his ability to foul off pitches really makes a difference. For instance, if you have 2 strikes against, being able to foul off the pitcher's best throws will annoy him while you wait for a chance. Indeed. I can understand that, but it seems so cheesy. It's tough to get into that mindset. Ooh, that one's a really... That's a very juicy deep cut right there. The use of the word cheesy in that context. What's tough about it? Cutting fouls takes a lot of technique. You have to be an expert at controlling your swing. Think about batting like a chess match between you and the pitcher. Your cutting technique is just another tool in your arsenal. There it is. By fouling off pitches, you can negate the pitcher's best stuff and narrow down his pitching choices, which puts pressure on the guy. You could say that having the ability to cut makes a batter all the more dangerous. Oh, I get it now. That's why. How am I supposed to learn how to cut? That might be an oversimplification. But I try to draw a bead on the ball and swing a split second early. It's like jumping the gun. Interesting. Could I maybe get you to give me a demonstration? Oh no. I don't actually know how to do this. I suppose I could do that. Just watch, I'll hit 3 fouls out of 10 throws. Oh no. That'd be great, thank you. Oh no, I don't really know how to do this. I have to hit it before where I think it blinks. Okay. Alright. Intentionally foul. Okay. Oh. Oh. That counts too, okay. Oh, you can be late. You don't have to be early. Whoops. Okay. You can be really, really late. There we go. Yeah, you can be really, really late. Early still counts as a hit, apparently. Wow. That was an eye-opener. Huh. Hope so. I think I can do this now. Thank you. Please, take this. Oh, I mean, okay. Go for it, guy. Once you master it, you'll be much tougher to pitch against. That's right. I'm going to do it. Good luck. Good luck. Huh. Well, that sure brings back memories. Hope I wasn't too preachy. Slightly. But not too preachy. The whole idea of remediating cheese because you can't appreciate the technique. That skills, whether it's disagreeable or not, or if it's low effort to you or high effort to you, it's still a tool in the box. So, alright, so we got that. He gets a counter attack. Equip Tonfa? We don't have a Tonfa yet. Is there anything else? A pole weapon. Okay. Okay. Don't look for me. This is from, oh, it's Kuma again. That guy who's adamant about turning pro. He said he was off to train, but... Shinada-san! Oh, thank goodness. Sister. You're Kumi-kun's older sister, right? Yes, it's Akio. Listen, about my brother. He hasn't come home since that day. What? He said he was going to try again, so I thought he would have come to see you, but I guess not. No, I haven't seen him. But when I do, I'll make sure he gets his act together. To be honest, I don't care if he keeps on dreaming. I'm only afraid that he might have hurt himself from training too hard. Even if his dreams can't come true, as long as he's safe, that's enough for me. What a great sister. But won't that only make things harder for you? Oh, I'm quite used to that by now. Well, I'll just have to keep looking for him then. Dang. That's a good... That's a wonderful older sibling. There you are. Yuma-kun. What's with you, man? Your sister's worried about you. All that matters is our challenge, Shinada-san. I'm ready for you now. I went off into the wilderness to train, and I finally developed the pitching to take you down. This time, you're mine. Alright. But you'll have to promise me something. And what kind of promise would that be? If you lose today, you give up your dream of turning pro. But you can't make that promise. I won't accept your challenge. Is that what you want? Fine. I'm a man of my word after all. There's no way I'm gonna lose. See, look at that confidence right there. But you asked for it. I'll show you what it really means to be a pro. You're not a pro anymore, Shinada. Come on. Pro by extension, you know? Pro by extension. Oh, I only need a hit. Okay. Oh, wow. That wasn't even in the box. Oh, we got a hit. Yeah. It's not even in the box. Not even in the strike zone. Those were balls. Both of them were balls. No, this is a nightmare. I trained over and over to perfect my pitching, and now... You promised. Today, you're going right back to that screw factory and putting your elbow grease into where it's needed most. One more, please. You have to give me another shot. I'm sure I can win next time. You said that last time. Just admit you lost and be done with it. Look, why do you want to be a pro so badly? It's the money, darn it. Can't you tell? Money? That's it. Ever since our father died, we were always dirt poor. Ayako-chan practically raised me herself. She even skipped high school to do it. She sacrificed everything for me. I've been looking for a way to repay her ever since, to finally give her the good life she deserves. But the only thing I have going for me is baseball. It's the only way I can earn big money. That's why you were so bent on becoming a pro. Yes. Well, I can empathize with how you feel about your sister. But in spite of your good intentions, you are only causing her grief. Are you aware of that? I am. But if I were to turn pro, that's not the point. Akio-san isn't sad because you're poor, or because it's tough to keep the factory going. It's because you're not hearing what she really wants you to hear. You're saying I'm ignoring my sister? Yeah, you numbskull, you little dingbat. Have you ever asked her what her definition of a good life is? I'll bet my left nut that you have. I haven't heard that phrasing in a while. I'll bet my left nut. Yeah. That's a no? Way I see it, you want to be a pro baseball player, but you're using your sister to justify it. There it is. You say it's for your sister's happiness. That way you can ignore reality and avoid giving up on your dream. Yeah, it's a selfish approach. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but you should seriously discuss your future with your sister. Yes, I should. I will. Here she is now. Yuma, thank goodness I found you. Look, I'm not mad or anything, but please don't run off without telling me. If something happened to you, I don't know what I'd do. I'm sorry, Akio-chan, but for everything. I couldn't beat Shinada-san after all. So you know what? I'm done with baseball. For good. I don't have to, like, stop playing baseball. Are you sure you're okay with that? Yeah, you know what it was? I was afraid of admitting I didn't have the talent. I thought it'd be too painful. I'm gonna stop running from here on out. I have to face up to reality. After all, I'm too old not to. From now on, I'm listening carefully to everything you say. So, will you give me your excellent advice? I'd be glad to. Nada-san, thank you. I've decided to stop dreaming and start building. Now that is a deep cut. A future that grounded on what I can do, not just what idea in my head, yes. What you think you can do is quite different from what you may be able to. Now make sure not to worry her again. Good on you, and good luck. Thanks. Oh, and please take this for putting up with me. It's another knife. What's up with these two kids? They just give you a knife. We'll be on our way now. Just give a stranger a knife. Hope those two work together to make something truly great happen. Indeed. Hope they stop giving knives to strangers. Okay. What else we got? Get our field back. Batters wanted to beat former pro pitcher. What's this about a field? No retries. Oh, this is the baseball thing. It's probably the same guy. Excuse me, may I have a word with you? Outlaws. Yes? You do mean me, right? We do if you're the guy from Kotatsu-san's blog. We need an ace in the hole and fast. Oh. So the gorgeous guy? The gorgeous captain in Yakuza 6? That's a throwback to this. When he said that he would buy the field if you lose. If Kiryu's team loses. The Warriors. Our team is in dire straits, you see. We're wondering if we can get your help. Wait, come again? Who are you guys anyway? Oh, we're from a local sandlock team. We've always had no problem playing at the public park, but about a year ago, some hooligans showed up and started kicking us out. You serious? Yes. We make proper bookings through City Hall, but they just strut around punching and kicking until we gave up the field. Oh, slightly different. Slightly different take. Dang, that sucks. Did you take it up with City Hall? We thought of that. We thought of that. We thought of that. That won't make up for all our pain and humiliation. So we decided to settle this ourselves. We challenged their gang to a game. We made them promise to never hijack the grounds from us if we beat them. That's an interesting solution. So when's that game going down? The thing is, it's on right now. What? That was fast. Yes, and we're losing by a run. And did I mention it's already the 9th inning? Oh dear. At this rate, they're going to pound us into the dirt. Please, could you... I mean, one run is not a pounding in the dirt, but please. Oh, wait. But they might be pounding, like, literally. Please, could you go up to bat for us? No thanks. You guys challenged him fair and square. If I just show up out of nowhere, that wouldn't be right now, would it? That's true. But they bought in a hired gun, too. And he's a former pro. Oh, okay. They did. Okay, now that's just dirty. That's why we thought it'd be okay for us to have a helper too. The buying in, like, the Moneyball situation. Yeah. Well, it certainly would even the odds. And all we're asking is a little help. Even one at bat will do. We'll even pay you for your trouble. Oh, alright. Just one at bat then. Sweet deal. Then let's get over there. Okay. The Moneyball situation rears his head once again. What are they called? Justice? That can't be a coincidence, right? Man. That's 2 outs. One more to go. That's the difference of former pro mix. You're smoking, Esaki-san. What you expect? It ain't crap shutting down these weaklings. But dang, if you clowns would have scored more runs, I wouldn't even need to try. You're all a bunch of amateurs. Well, I apologize for that. We'll make sure to pay you good, though. And I'll sweeten the deal with a little honey. There's this little babe who wants a piece of this, I'll slide her your way. I like how you seal a deal. Let's get her done. Hold it right there. Points. You know, points. Ace Attorney style. Phoenix Wright style. Time. We have a pinch hitter. Huh. This guy. The OPOP. Now then, remind me of our situation. Let me guess. Bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, and no runners. Yeah. We're losing 1-0. Wow, low scoring game too. A home run ties the game. Got it. Hey, I'm asking who you are over there. Oh, just a batter who happened on by. Though I can't say I like the idea of a former pro waving his epeen around in sandlike play. Huh. Sounds like a personal problem. I almost thought he said sounds like a skill issue. Besides, what's wrong with getting paid and getting laid? That's about as good as it gets. Yeah, get off the mound already. This isn't about us. It's their game. Get a load of this goody two shoes. Alright, if you get a hit off me, I'll see myself out. Though that'll never happen. I'm gonna hold you to that. I hope you know. Now bring it. Oh, I'll show you how out of your league you are. Is it a hit or a home run? Because home run would tie it, but a hit wouldn't. But you know, I'll take a hit. Oh, 1 home run. Okay. Get out of here. Get that pitch out of here. Don't at me with that stupid pitch. It was more like a changeup. That's crazy. How could this happen? I used to be a pro. Used to be. Well, that's that. Now let them finish their game. Or are you the type to go back on their word? Ugh, fine. What? We're tied. And their hired gun is leaving the game too? We have a chance at winning. Yep. The meddler has been dealt with. Now it's a fair fight. So it's up to you to take this thing home. You bet we will. Oh, but before you go, please accept this as thanks. A knife? Are you gonna give me a knife too? A hunger belt. Okay. Well, that's different. Thank you very much. I feel like we're going to win this for sure. The morale boost from the pinch hitter. Also legacied into Yakuza 6. Alright, team. This is our moment. We're taking the diamond back once and for all. Yeah. Landlocked ball is supposed to be a fun thing. Go for it, guys. Nope. Look. 1 morale boost. You don't get to see if they actually won, though. I guess it's implied. Is this 8? Yeah, 16. So all these are going to be filled. There are 16 submissions in the side story. Koshin in spring. Go for it, Kanai High. Koshin is within sight this spring. Well, good for them. Why does Kanai High sound so familiar? Kanai High. Okay. There's a diligent kid, swinging pretty good too. Do you want something? No. You just look like you're training hard. What team are you on? I'm a freshman at Kanei High. I've always wanted to practice against a pitching machine, but I can't afford it. Huh. As much as I like to treat you to a round, I don't have any spare cash either. Well, it kind of has like a couple million yen, but it's fine. At this point, he actually doesn't have any money at all. Like, the actual storyline. Then allow me to do the honors. Oh, hey. The guy with the blog. Oh, what's up, Kotatsu? Wait, Kotetsu. Oh, you know each other? I'm actually a Kanai High grad. I was on their baseball team, too. The kid's Mikasa-kun. He's a freshman, but with big hopes on him. He's already batting leadoff. How'd you like to square off against him? How do you suggest I go about doing that? Base it on batting average. You both go up against the same pitching machine for 10 throws each. Whoever gets the most hits wins. But what I hear, Mikasa-kun has an on-base percentage that's out of this world. I think it could be a good match. 70% maybe? If it's 70, I'm like right now at 50%. And so you can blog about it. What? I see no harm in that. Well, what? I see no harm in that. I'm playing for both of you. But my offer is null and void if you don't play, though. Could I ask you to play too? Going against the machine would sure be a lot nicer than swinging around my bat all day. And I just realized, you're the awesome batter Kotetsu-san writes about on his blog. I would love to watch and learn from seeing how you bat. That is killing two birds with one stone. And that's pretty flattering to hear this day and age. How can I say no? Indeed. Good. So it's on. Let's have Mikasa-kun go first. 7 out of 10? Before it was 3 out of 10 for one of the guys. Maybe 5 out of 10 would be reasonable. Because I don't think I'm that reliable right now. By the way, Mikasa-kun, what's your usual batting average? A little over 500. Okay. But against a pitching machine, I should do even better. Ooh, don't go 700. Nice highs, pride is on the line. Don't you go losing now. Yes, sir. 600? Yeah. 7? Oh, they went 7. Thought I could do better. I gotta hit at least 8 to win. Yep. If it's a draw, Mikasa gets the win. Is that okay with you? Sure, whatever. I mean, what's in it for me if I win? Nothing, of course. If you were to lose, that news will be broadcast all over the world from my blog. Gee. I get it. I better not screw up. 8 out of 10. Oh no. I don't feel so confident about 8 out of 10. That's pretty optimistic. Optimistic would be 7 right now. Oh, it's just hits. It's not home runs. Okay. Alright. 8 out of 8. I'll take it. It was okay because our skills are improving, so we have big hit areas. There. Done. Wow. That was something else. You really are an amazing batter. Yep, and I've got eyes for this thing after all, for these things after all. Huh. You're so full of it. Full of wind, I think you mean. Anyway, I have to write this up. So got a jet? It's a win-win for that guy. He really is obsessed with that blog of his, isn't he? Maybe because he's really an awesome batter. Haven't you, after seeing you put in work there, I know I need to train a lot harder. Gee, you're dedicated. Wait a second. Didn't Kunai High do pretty good at the fall regionals a little while ago? Yeah, we had a pretty good shot at making it to Kosen Chien for the spring nationals. That's why I'm going at it so hard. Oh yeah, the spring nationals. I guess it would be around the end of next month when the team selections are announced. Yep, our teachers are saying we have a good team going in. As long as there's no hiccups, we basically have it in the bag. Oh, sorry, it's my phone. Good news? Hello? It's Mikasa. Oh, Koichi. Yeah, uh-huh. What? Why the heck? Are you serious? Sounds like trouble. Okay, got it. The parking lot on Koshiki Street. I'm on my way. What's up? Anything the matter? No, nothing. I'm sorry. I have to get... Oh, no. That sure doesn't seem like nothing. Yeah, let's go see. Do we teleport over there? We do. Oh, boy. What? What? What are we gonna do, dude? If we don't do something, our guys are gonna get it for sure. How did they get into this mess in the first place? They just went out with some girls, but it turns out one of them was a girlfriend of a gang leader, and he found out. What are they thinking at a time like this? Oh darn, he's pulling out a bat. You little friend. You banged Misato, didn't you? Be honest now. I didn't. Honestly, nothing like that ever happened. You lying friend. Misato told me the whole story. Don't try to weasel your way out of this. Look, I didn't know she had a boyfriend. I'm sorry, really. You're the baseball team's ace, aren't you? I'm busting your hand for what you did. Bet it feel good squeezing Misato's assets. No, please, not that. Anything but that. I have to stop them. Can't take that many on. Besides, we're screwed either way. If they find out we were fighting, we'll be banned from Koshin. Oh yeah, that's right. Right. And we don't fight, but we have to save our guys. Stop, please, no more. Don't do this to them. Casa. Who the F are you? Please, just let our teammates go. They said they're sorry. A little late for sorry, friend. Should have minded your own darn business. Oh. Block? Shinada block? Rip. My arm. Oh, rip. Dude, are you alright? Rip. I know all about you little schoolboys. Get involved in any violence and you can kiss your Koshin dreams goodbye. They can't take a swing at us, and you can't even call the cops because you don't want the attention. Meaning we can do whatever we want. And you, friends, have to suck it up and take it. Hey, you guys need to stop now. It's you. How's that arm, Mikasa-kun? I don't know. Maybe too late? Get lost, geezer. You feel like getting your butt whipped here, too? Not in particular. I don't like what I'm seeing here. I used to play high school ball myself. Then F you too. If these friends fault for messing with my girl. And that gives you the right to beat on them. I don't think so. That's it. I'll give you a chance to walk away. Now you're gonna get your butt kicked with the rest of them. No. Wait, how many are there? That's a lot actually. Holy heck. Ow. Just get them off their feet. Oh man, he stomps when he's too close. Oh, stop doing that, Shinada. There we go. That's a little. We need more weapon skill. Gotta farm that weapon skill. Well, that was awkward. I can't pick up bats, which is funny. Shinada refuses to use a bat as a weapon. Because role-playing. Oh, I can't hit them while they're down. Oh, what's his critical art? Does he even have a critical art with his pipe out? Okay. So his wind up is so slow. He can't follow up on a whiff or on a guard. He's negative on guard. And that was a little pressing. Somehow he missed that. The one in front and hit the guy on the bottom, on the ground. So grounded when he does that. Okay, we got it. We won't mess with Kanai high school team again. Let us go. Oh, hey, how's your shoulder? Oh man, you really saved our hides just now. Misaka-kun, you need to see a doctor now. If there's any bone damage, it might not heal up in time for Koshin. Oh, okay, I will. Yeah. Hopefully his shoulder is fine, you know? So it turns out my arm will be just fine. Okay. The doctor said there weren't any bone damage and all I have to do is rest up for a while. I can go back to playing. That's great to hear. You had me pretty worried. If you hadn't come by, I don't know what to think about how it would have ended. We seriously can't thank you enough. Well, when you get healthy enough to hold a bat again, you should come back. You need to train for those nationals, right? Will you let me challenge you again? Sure, whenever you like. Oh, by the way, my teammates gave me something for you. They thought you should have this. Is it a knife? Okay, fair enough. I assume those boys had enough of partying with random girls. I would hope so. They said they will concentrate on training like never before. How about that? Maybe this all worked out for the best. I'll expect big things from you in the spring. And I'll be sure not to let you down. Thank you again. Good luck. Good luck, young whippersnapper. Your sign is next. I'm coming to take your sign. Love, the batting center challenger? Coming to take your sign? What? Hey, do you know anything about this batting center challenger? What? You didn't hear? He's basically the batting center equivalent of a dojo breaker. Ah, that type of sign. Fair enough. One of those martial arts experts who goes around challenging dojo masters. How the heck does that work? From what I gather, he goes around to batting centers and challenges their best batters to a 5-pitch duel. If a batter loses or refuses the challenge, the guy takes the batting center sign as his trophy. Oh. Sounds neat. I hereby challenge this batting center. Huh? Speak of the devil. Could it be? Indeed it is. For I am none other than the batting center challenger feared throughout Kanoicho. Naicho. The most supreme slugger of this here baseball whacking establishment should announce himself now. Well, no one? Yellow belly cowards. Then I shall take this batting center's sign as my own. Hey, over here. This guy's the best slugger you'll ever see. Hey, don't just volunteer me. It'll be fine. Plus, the whole world wants to see this showdown just as much as I do. You conniving little... Ah, so it is you. Then accept my challenge or else I will stalk you for the rest of your life. That is gross, and that is weird. But I'll do it. Happy now? Very. I prefer to challenge men of reason anyway. I don't know if you consider your... Okay. Well then, this is how our showdown will be. I shall throw a total of 5 pitches. Hit even one and you'll be triumphant. But if you miss them all, or I hit you with a beanball, then victory is mine. Without further ado, let the duel commence. Oh, so the beanball thing is like one of. Okay, fair enough. The heck is that warm up? Okay. One hit. Let's go. Oh, rip. I was afraid of the beanball, actually. Wow, that is so fast. What the bleep? Oh my gosh, that is so fast. Okay. Got the hit though. I was more afraid of getting beamed. But okay. Reasonable. Impossible. I was defeated? Alright. You downed the batting center challenger. You're incredible. Well, what's done is done. There's no use denying it. Hey, you throw real good. I'm actually impressed. Tell me, what's the reason behind this whole challenger thing? It's so I could become a better pitcher. I wanted to take on our nation's greatest batters and perfect my craft. But I never expected to be beaten by a random stranger in a backwater town such as this. It is clear I could require more training. As such, I shall be returning to the wilderness to train. Back to basics, so to speak. Is that really necessary? As my parting gift, I shall leave you with this. It's for our most excellent duel. You have my thanks. Batting equipment? Can you give me some batting equipment? A sturdy katana. People, stop giving bladed weapons to batters. What is this? I shall be leaving now. Farewell. You give me a bat? prefer a bat. Well. Alright, to Shinada. Shinada, I'm looking forward to seeing you. It's for me. I wonder who's up. No retries. Is this another baseball thing? Well, if it isn't Shinada himself. Huh? Been a while, hasn't it? You do remember me, don't you? Wait, Ashida-san? Huh. Glad you didn't forget. After all these years, too. Teammate. I could never. Anyway, what brings you here? My son found a photo of you online and led to a popular baseball blog. After reading up on it, I learned I might run into you here. Is it a former player? I don't know. The internet's mighty useful, isn't it? Ashida-san, aren't you still a batting pitcher with the Wyverns? Oh, okay. Previous.
Yep.
No, I gave that up. I'm past 50 now. How about you? Growing old gracefully? Well, I'm growing old at least. I pitched to you for the 4 years you were on the farm. Any of that still fresh in your head? Of course. I pretty much learned how to bat from your pitching. You believed in me a lot more than our batting coach did. Well, I'm glad you're still active. Whoever made that website I mentioned kept ranting and raving about you. That's just him frothing at the mouth. All I do is come here for a little practice. Huh. A batter of your caliber loose among the crowd. No wonder you gained a reputation. Either way, it's good to see you haven't lost your passion for the game. Huh. You think? I wish I could agree with confidence. That's so, huh? In my case, I still have regrets. You do? In spite of just being a batting pitcher, I loved my career with the Wyverns. Due to my age, I thought my body was telling me to retire. But when I saw you slugging out on that blog, I realized how much I missed the game. I'm saying I want to get back to pitching for a I'm saying I want to get back to pitching for a living. To get back into the league, educate young players, and help them grow. Oh, foggy that I am, I must have something left to contribute. Okay. Then why did you come to see me? I came to you for help, Shinada. I want to gauge whether I still have what it takes to do my job. And you want me for that? Of course I do. A batting pitcher's got to pitch in a way that batters can hit, which is surprisingly difficult. It takes even more control than a major league knuckleballer. My role in this is to help batters gain confidence as they overcome whatever pitches they find challenging. Oh, that's kind of lovely. It's the reverse. It's this is a deep cut too. To be good at something is different from being able to teach it well. Teaching is a different skill and a different perspective on teaching a craft. And I love the spin they have on this one. So he's not focused on striking out the batter. He's focused on being able to provide all the tools of the different pitches, like a batting machine, like a pitching machine is providing, in order to educate. Yeah, I'm living proof. I got off the farm thanks to you. Sure took me a long time. Enough. And the farm thing, I understand the farm comment now. Because in Yakuza 6, Kiryu's, the Warriors played against the Thunder's farm team first. Like the second string team. They're just called the farm team. Then will you help me? It won't take much. It'd be a one and done job. What would you like me to do? I'm gonna take the mound for 10 pitches. All you need to do is hit them. So it's a 10 pitch duel then. Yes and no. I'm pitching to let you hit, not get you out. That's my job as a batting pitcher. What if I can't hit anything? Then I'll take it as a sign that I've worn out my welcome as a batting pitcher. I'll draw the curtains of my career and never pitch again. That is such a clever twist. I like it. They really go into providing all the different angles of something. What? You're really gonna make that huge decision on 10 pitches? Yeah, pretty much. It's all riding on you, Shinada. But you know I've retired a long time ago. Even if your pitching is good, what if I totally suck? It's my job to determine the batter's ability and throw what they can hit. If I can't do that, I'm no longer useful. That is so... I would love to have a mini game doing just that. Like, they do the opposite, where you're trying to push a batter's performance as far as possible by deliberately helping them. That's kind of neat. We haven't, there hasn't been any like pitching parts yet. There's only been batting so far in this game series. I mean, I see your point, but look, it's you who made me regret leaving the game, so I'm holding you accountable. If that's how it is, then okay, pitch me up, coach. Good. This is what we'll do. I'll throw 10 pitches, and if you have any hope of resuming my career, you should be able to hit at least 8 of them. 8 out of 10. That's a pretty tall order. Yeah, me too. I thought that would be a tall order. Yep. We did hit 8 out of 8, though. Like I said, I'm not trying to get you out. I'm throwing to let you hit. There's nothing more challenging. Into the cage you go, Shinada. Come on, this should be fun. What an odd challenge, but I have to hit these for... It's such a clever turnaround, like a mix-up in perspective. I absolutely love that. It's very much like teaching. I just need 8 hits. I don't have to hit him a home run, but... Yeah, he's really close to the strike zone. So I don't even have to move. That was a little close. I actually almost missed that. I almost hit the wrong input. Oh, okay. I mean that counts. I lied. He does have errant throws. He had 1 errant throw already. If he's trying to stay in the middle. Yeah, not too great. The last couple. It's like 50%. I think 3 of the 8 were a little bit off. There, you did great, Ashida-san. You still have your control. Thanks, Shinada. It's an odd thing having a batter pump the confidence of a pitcher. Can't say I've ever done that before. Of course, there's no guarantee the team will even be interested in rehiring me. But you gave me the confidence to try. It's all thanks to you, Shinada. This is a token of my appreciation. Accept it if you would. It better not be a freaking katana or a knife. Just give me like a glove or some cleats or a bat. He gave me money. What the? Your batting hasn't eroded one bit. I think you could still make it in the pros today. You could even take Sawada if you wanted. That's a foreshadowing because he actually then takes on Sawada in the MSQ. Yeah, remember I'm banned from the big leagues for life. Appreciate the compliment though. Yeah, well, I don't care about what others say. I never doubted your innocence in the least. You'll never steal a sign. He never steals sign, but he does know how to read signs. We learned that Shinada is really good with like baseball knowledge and abilities. He's not just he didn't just make it on talent alone. That home run was all you. I threw to you for 4 years. I know what you can do. You were the only person who ever vouched for me. Back then and even now.
Yep.
I had no influence. I couldn't save you. Yeah, that's a deep cut. Influence and money. Just because you can see someone and be a good judge of character, you still require the resources to enable someone to shine. Disappointing, I suppose. Sorry, I'm sure you didn't want to hear that now. That's okay, Ashida-san. You're the exception. Thanks, Shinada. It was good to see you again after all this time. Take care. Yeah, you too. Oh, it's kind of nice. That's like one of the few characters. Shinada's whole arc, like the entire story arc, everyone basically lies to him. Except like 1 or 2 people. But they still lie to him, but two-ish characters were true blue. Like 2 or 3, even the master. So we didn't interact with the coach yet. His junior high coach. But there are very few characters that look down on Shinada. Every other character like manipulated him in some way, shape or form for the selfish reasons. Like his entire story is predicated on him basically being kept in the dark. It's pretty rough. What is this? Oh, the pole. Use your mastery of wrestling to perform 1 grappling move after another. Interesting. Here. Enemy getting up. Oh, hey, that's Tanemura. That's a Tanemura arm grab. Arm barring. Nice. Okay. On to... Well, we won't worry about spirits. What level are you on? 13? We're getting near the end. One last one. My trump card. Oh, this is Kenta again. Alright. Kenta with a final pitch. What does he steal now? Wait a minute. This must mean... Freaking Kenta. Gotcha ×3. I knew it was you. Alright, Kenta. What'd you swipe this time? No, it couldn't be. It's gone. My massage parlor coupon. Now, how am I supposed to get my hand handled for half off? Ooh, okay. My ham handled. Huh? I don't know what that is, but it sounds important. Oh my. Alright. It's a ticket to the land of dreams for any man. But you're too young. Give it back. If you want this back, do you really need me to explain the rest? No, I guess not. You want to challenge me with another one of your miracle pitches, right? You got it. Okay then. To the batting cages. You won't be hitting my miracle pitch today. Wait a second. Are you still throwing those crazy breaking balls? Didn't I tell you? A kid like you shouldn't be throwing those. Wait till you finish growing. You're gonna wreck yourself. You could wreck yourself. Yeah, fine. Besides, I said miracle pitch. I didn't say anything about a breaking ball. Oh, is that so? Yep. Today I'll be throwing a fastball. And since you're such a proper party pooper, I'll even throw it like a kid. Can you handle that, mister? Sure you can. Oh, okay. But now we're talking about a little kid's fastball. Where's the miracle in that? How about waiting until you see me throw? Because this is my trump card. The rules are the same as before. If you can get 3 hits out of 10, you win. A fastball. Really? Like, is it a really fastball? Is it a rising fastball? Freaking Kenta. His shirt has a monkey on it. I wonder if that's deliberate as a reference to Super Monkey Ball, which is something that RGG Studio worked on. Oh no. It is a Gyo on it, so it's one of the UFO catcher monkeys. So, probably yes, it's probably safe to say that. Swing, move the cursor up, alternate? Oh, you can use the D-pad. Okay, it's just normal fastball. Nah, it's just a normal fastball. It's slightly drifting, but it's a fastball, but it drifts a little. Yeah, it drifts quite a bit. Drifting fastball. Not quite a fastball. Slightly curvy. No, even my disappearing anti-flash Mark Well got whacked into ability. Wait, why is it called Panty Flash? It's true. The ball did seem to flicker out of view. This kid's a freak. I didn't see the ball flicker out of view. Maybe my eyes were filling it in. It didn't look like it flickered. Huh. I can't do this. I can't think of any more miracle pitches that would get you. Hey, Kenta. You mentioned you weren't with the team. Why is that? Because even if I join a team, there won't be anyone who can hit my stuff. It'll be boring. You sure about that? I'll bet you actually wish you had other kids to play with. That's what made you cry before, right? What am I supposed to do? I keep moving around and I'm always at some new school. I can never make any friends. That's why it's easier to just be by myself. Even if I join a team, it's not gonna work out. I know it. Nihilism mixed with some avoidant behavior. I was that way too, you know. I didn't have many friends either. It sure was scary joining a team for the first time. Really? Even for a big guy like you? Yeah, to be honest, I still have plenty of trouble after joining the team too. Getting along with people is always going to be tricky. It's the goat skill. You get into any fights? All the time. I had lots of bad experiences too. But you know what? Chasing after a ball with all your teammates is more fun than you think. It is? Yeah, that's the best part of baseball. That team aspect. At least I think so. Come on, try joining a team, alright? But do you think I can really make it? Sure you can. In a team, the people who put you in an honest effort earns the greatest respect. Besides, you throw some ridiculous pitches, and I mean that in a good way. Be confident, okay? Alright? Yeah, I'll do it. But remember, go easy on breaking balls. They'll only rip your joints straight out of their sockets. Yeah. Yeah. I'll take your word for it. And thanks for everything. Here, you can have this. Is it a knife? You're gonna give me a knife, aren't you, kid? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Take care. Wait a second. Listen. Where's that coupon you took? Oh, that paper thingy? I think I lost it somewhere. Oh, come on. That's no way to repay a favor. What do you do with my dream ticket? Woohoo! Look at what I've got myself. Didn't expect to find one of these babies at a batting center. Oh, no. Oh, it's cooked. Oh. What? Hey, that's mine. Half off. What a bargain. No time to waste. To the red lights of Kanaicho. Oh, man. Kanaicho. Well, there it goes. My ticket to land where dreams come true. Come on, Shinada. You can find another. I don't know what that was, but cheer up, big guy. When I become a pro, I'll get you those coupons by the stack. Just wait. Okay, fair enough. That's something else to dream about. Oh, there it is. There it is. I got all the sub ones done. Now it's time for the main ones. The juice. Our fame is at an S tier now. Alright. A little wager. As a post inviting batters to duel for cash. Is this even legal? Say, buddy, got a minute? Hmm? The name's Takamine. Every now and again, I have a little challenge with the local batters. Call it a hobby of mine. Why does Takamine sound so familiar? Was it probably... Oh, Takamine was a reused name in Yakuza 6. Or... I actually think it's one of the baseball guys. So, want to square off? There's money in it for you if you hold up. I'm always down for money. You're a pitcher, I take it. Yep. So here's how it works. You get one at bat, and all you need to do is hit a single pitch to win. Easy, right? You know, I'll pass. Baseball and betting don't mix, in my opinion. Hope you find something else. That is an incredibly deep cut. Baseball and betting. That's literally Shinada's main story quest line. Baseball and betting. Oh, come on. Don't say that. Tatsuo Shinada. Who are you, and how do you know me? Oh, well, that would be because I'm a hired gun. Sent by Shirakawa-san. Shirakawa put you up to this? What for? I'll tell you if you can beat me. Now, whip out that wallet and let's get to it. Shirakawa's the local, like, smuggler guy, I guess, that you kind of messed up his fake bat replica selling stuff. I don't think Shirakawa is the name. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't think Shirakawa is the name of that former teammate of his. I think he went by different. It's either that or that guy. I don't remember their names right now. Ah, 50,000 yen should do it. 50,000. Okay. Yow, that's way too much. 50 grand for one at bat? Give me a break. Relax, relax. I already got my cut from Shirakawa-san. They can play for free. Oh, sheesh. You scared me for a minute. Well, what's it gonna be? You taking the challenge? Win and it's 50 grand for you? Plus a little vignette about Shirakawa-san. Not a bad deal, I say. Alright then. How could you... Okay. Let's just... We only need to hit one. I don't remember how many pitches he said. I want to warn you, no one tags me for a hit in ages. Hope you can handle the heat. Yeah, you might be surprised. Oh, is this like a standard strike bat thing? One at bat, that's what he said. Yeah, one at bat. Okay, fair enough. Smoke, huh? Oh, I hit the... Yeah, that's okay. We got one hit. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button immediately. What the... How is the hay... How in the haystack did you hit that? I know, right? Not a lot of pros can fire out a breaking ball with that kind of impunity. An amateur wouldn't stand a chance against you. Huh. Thanks for noticing. I should congratulate you then. Gee, I'm so honored. Praise from a cheater and a sloppy one at that. What are you accusing me of here? Save your bubbling, Buster. I know a doctored ball when I see one. You scuffed that thing with sandpaper or something, so it's spin weird. I'm amazed no one's seen through that old trick. Oh. Fudge knuckles. Alright, there's no hiding it. You win. Okay, you promised. Tell me about Shirakawa. Ask the guy yourself. Huh? How long have you been standing there? Long enough to see your game sense hasn't gone to crap. Oh, it is his former. Oh, Shirakawa is his former teammate. So, you were testing me, huh? Does that mean we're cleared up our misunderstanding? Not by a long shot. All you did was get a hit off some 2-bit con artist. Nothing changed. Thought you might say that. And hey, has Kurosaki kept in touch with you? Yeah, Wait. Yeah, maybe Kurosaki was the other guy.
Yeah.
Nope. The guy's been a lone wolf as long as I can remember. Yeah, sounds about right. But forget about him. You're the one on trial here. I'll be back in full form for our showdown. And when I strike your butt out, well, let's just say begging for forgiveness won't help you. We got too much practicing. True. I think our stats are more or less capped. More or less. Pro advice wanted. Someone wants a pro player's advice. Doesn't go into detail though. Maybe a coaching job. Excuse me. Do you have a moment? Yes? We often see you here, and boy, do you bash hits with authority. Am I right in assuming you have experience in the sport? Well, you might say that. So what's it to you? Actually, we were hoping you could evaluate my son's pitching to see if he has potential. All you have to do, all you have to give me is one at bat. I'll be doing the pitching. You're not gonna use your son to gamble, are you? Like, that's all I've been running into lately. Make a bet here, someone wants me dead here, there. It's ridiculous. Oh no, nothing of the sort. At least technically speaking. There are actually many things at stake on our end, so in a way, it is a gamble. Verification, please. My son is in his last year of junior high. He hopes to go into the Koshin tournament in high school and eventually reach the major leagues. What school he makes it into next year will largely determine the course of his future. You're not wrong. If you can get into a top team with a good shot at Koshin, your chances of going pro gets a lot better. So, which high school are you going for? Say so high school. What? They're pretty much expected to show up at Koshin. Last I checked. Everyone in their roster is there on some kind of fancy athletic scholarship. Yes, indeed. But you see, I got a call from a certain person regarding an invitational enrollment opportunity. Wow, that's impressive. How awesome for you. Yes, but I am also worried about how my son would fare among the nation's elite. To be honest, I'm unsure if it would be a beneficial experience. That's why we were hoping my son could pitch against a veritable slugger like you. We want to see if he can rank among the best. Well, what the heck, let's do it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, Michio. His name is Michio. Off to the mound you go. Thanks for the opportunity. Okay, now it's time to win this. Just watch me, Dad. I'll prove to you I'm good enough to go. I have no doubt you are. If you give it your best effort, now stay calm and concentrate. But don't forget to unleash your fighting spirit when it counts. I can tell you're really invested in his future. But why not skip all this and send him straight to that school? Then you can go to Koshin without a hitch. Please, put our situation aside from now. I'd like you to concentrate on giving my son a good challenge. If you hit a home run before he strikes you out, that will decide the duel and where he goes to school. Hey, if you say so. Hope I don't ruin your kid's education. Yikes. No, we're not going easy on you. Don't worry. It's fine. One homer, right? One at bat for one home run? Fair enough. Your whole life depends on this. Yikes. That's some pressure for a kid. Get out of here. Get that pitch out of here. Ah, I can't believe it. I'm not good enough after all. Don't be so hard on yourself, kid. I actually made it to Koshin, so I get that, but Dad and I already decided we're turning Seisho down since you got a home run off me. So there it is. Really, just like that. I appreciate you taking the time out to do this. Here, a thank you gift from both of us. A pitcher's amulet. Oh, that's something we can use. Interesting. For the main... Alright. Maybe it's not my place, but don't you think basing his career off of a duel with a random stranger is a wee bit unfair? I mean, the kid's still in junior high and got his whole life ahead of him. To me, it seems like a waste to deny such a rare invitation. That would be true if it were official. And that means what exactly? My son has always been an excellent pitcher, so much so that a certain individual caught wind of his talent and contacted me discreetly. According to what he said, Michio could get an invitational placement at Seisho High School in return for a large fee. So he made you a backdoor deal, in other words. Dad, what the heck? You never told me anything like that. You mean my invitation wasn't real? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. But, you see, I agonized over this decision. Of course I knew my son had real talent. And even though this invitation came to us through bribery, the man did say it was only offered to real prospects. As for the cost of entry, he wanted 5 million yen. Although I do have to admit, 5 million yen is still a reasonable bargain for a kid's entire career. Like, that's still a reasonable bargain. But that's only provided, you know, they make good on it, but that's still. Well, that much. Yes, but Seisho does have a full complement of training facility and coaches. It's perfect for would-be pros like Michio. Yeah. Pulling together 5 million yen certainly won't be easy for me, but I thought of it could help my son follow his dream. That's a true blue father right there. No, even then, I couldn't reach a decision. That's why I thought of having you put him to the test. Dad, is that what this is all about? Were you really gonna accept a bribe if I won? Without me even knowing? I don't want to put you through anything like that. Besides, I can play baseball anywhere. No matter where I go, I'll never stop following my dream. This is kind of weird because there's another guy who followed his dream at the expense of his sister. Hey, Worm. If I really do have talent, I can achieve my goal no matter what the circumstance, right? I learned that from you, Dad. Son. Don't forget a word of what you just said, Michio-kun. In baseball, you of course need talent and effort, but you also need perseverance. It's not easy holding on to a dream no matter what comes at you, but the people who do are the ones who earn success. Even a knucklehead like me can understand that. Guess wisdom comes with age. Then it's decided. I'm turning down the offer. I'm ashamed I even considered it. Maybe it was me who believed in my son the least. I wouldn't go on. Oh, hey, it's Kurosaki. Hey, oh. He was the bribery guy. I see. So he was trying to get the son to beat Shinada to prove a point. Hey, what's all this about turning me down? Huh? Kurosaki? It's exactly as I said. Like I said, Kurosaki-san, I've made up my mind. I do appreciate your generosity, but in the end, I don't think it's right for us. Hold on. You mean you made a deal with this shyster? Yes, well, it was Kurosaki-san here who approached me. That I did. In fact, I already made the arrangement to get your boy into that school. So it's a little too late to be changing your mind. A deal's a deal. Just turn him down flat. This guy only sees baseball as a way to swindle people out of their money. Indeed. Even if that invitational stop becomes a ticket to Koshin, if Michio-kun were to turn pro, Kurosaki will be sure to shake him down for hush money. Hinata, you stay out of this. What would a loser like you know? It's okay, Shinoda-san. You brought me back to my senses. I suppose we should be going now. Peace. You absolute friend. That's another job you cost me. Want to take it up with the authorities? You got more to lose than me. Besides, I don't know if you're trying to be a broker or what, but you're gonna have to crash and burn if you keep this up. Heck you. You don't know stuff about me, and you're gonna pay for what you've done. I'll see to it. Oh, no fisticuffs? He keeps his hand clean. Such anger. What could have warped him so bad? Oh, we're gonna hear about his background with baseball and stuff. Maybe. Maybe there is a story there. So, gotta hold on to our hats for that one. We're going down the line. New machine. There's a campaign going on for a new pitching machine. Okay. A 145 kilometer an hour pitching machine. Hot dog. 145 is pretty fast. Let's see here. Max throwing velocity of 145 kilometers per hour. Hit 5 home runs out of 10 pitches to win a super deluxe prize. Oh, wait. I forgot to equip the thing. What's this super deluxe prize? Guess I'll just to find out. I knew you would buy. Oh no, it's Shirakawa again. What? What are you doing back here? Can't you tell? Akamitsu. Wait. Akamatsu. Akamatsu? Man, Akamatsu. Akamatsu threw 150 kilometers an hour. Oh yeah, that one pitcher. If you think you can hit that, 145 should be easy, right? Well, yeah, I guess. Prove it to me, Shinada. 5 home runs out of 10 pitches. Okay, I'm sure you can pull that off. You're testing me again like you did with that cheater? Fine, I got nothing to hide. Tried to fall asleep a bit earlier than usual tonight to try to finish up an important assignment, but couldn't sleep. I'm sorry to hear it. Hope you find some time. Hope you stay rested for your assignment. So you have to go to sleep early to finish the assignment? Is there no way you can finish the assignment now? I'm not doing this for you though. I'm doing it for the super deluxe prize. I don't care about your motives, just get on with it. I'll be watching. Alright, just 5 home runs. Fair enough. 145. Okay. 5 out of 5. There. You see that, Chitakawa? You happy now? Yeah, here. Your super deluxe prize. What the? Freaking Italian scarf. Huh? The heck am I supposed to do with this? That's entirely up to you. All I know is I fulfilled my end of the bargain. Can't have a contest without a prize, right? Wait, don't tell me you paid for this yourself. Did you reserve that pitching machine too? I sure did. Now I know I can take you on directly without debating over whether I'm wasting my time. After all, here I do replicate Akamatsu's pitching. It could be futile if your game's rusting away. Yeah, but can you really imitate Akamatsu's pitching with your bummed shoulder? That machine was nothing compared to him. Oh, it won't be a repeat of our last duel. I could almost stake my life on it. I mean, true. In both ways, not just better. Oh, hey, Nick. Thanks, Nick.
Keep rocking MAKU.
I was trying to do it at the evening, but I couldn't keep myself focused, so I decided to try to sleep. I'll try to do it now. I was going through getting up and getting some snacks before I didn't have anything for like, oh. Well, here's a little bit of a slight observation for most things. Having little short bits of rest and then going to do the task. If a task lingers, it's more than likely to keep you up anyways. So taking short breaks and like taking a short rest and then eating something, breaking the hyper focus, the required need for hyper focus, and get the task, you might end up being more efficient in the end. So I think it's an opportune moment. Like if you can't sleep right now and you got a little bit of rest, right? Just kept your mind off of it a little bit. Grab a snack. Seems like you have an opportunity here, so then you don't have to worry about it when you're trying to get a longer rest. Sounds pretty solid. Thanks again, Nick. Yeah, I'm doing pretty great. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing all right with all the stuff. You're really dead set on this, aren't you? You won't have to wait much longer. Soon I'll be ready for you. And soon I'm ready to knock a home run off you. Be seeing you around, Shinada. Good luck. I mean, a rivalry is a great motivator. What's he got up his sleeve? A cybernetic arm. I hope he doesn't pull some crazy stunt. I'd be interested in pulling a crazy stunt. Yeah, we're almost capped. All right. Use leads wanted. Okay, someone wants leads on baseball related stories. Maybe a reporter from some sports magazine. Okay. Hey, Buckaroo, you got a minute? Can I help you? You can if you're Tatsuo Shinada, the former wyvern. That is you, right? Who's asking? I'm Asada, a reporter with Kanai Sports. Alright. So what? Are you hitting me up for some kind of interview? Of sorts. You're familiar with Kurosaki-san's, yes? He told me I could find you here. Oh no. Kurosaki. So he's the one who sent you. Sorry, but my schedule's full today. It's a lie. And tomorrow, and the next day, and forever. I want nothing to do with either of you. Oh, that's cold. Frosty, even. I thought you'd be happy to help another journalist, especially after putting out nothing but nightlife sleaze. Hey man, respect the craft. My interview takes long hours, hard work, and even they do end on a happy note. Oh no, I was only trying to break the ice. I'm the sleaziest guy I know. Maybe I should have started with my background. See, I was also with the Wyverns for a time. Oh, interesting. You played for the same team. You were? Yeah, I joined after you retired. Never made it off the farm, though. Couldn't even last 2 years before calling it quits. So, you beat my senpai as far as I'm concerned. You're not showing much respect to a senpai. Touché. Might I add that during my time with the Wyverns, I heard a lot of nasty things about you. Your sign stealing cost us a lot of fans. Huh. I'm sure you heard a mouthful. Or earful, whatever. You see, our paper is doing a feature on baseball's waning popularity. I figured I'd backtrack a bit and see where it started. And of course, I can't do that without you. Your sign stealing is what brought match fixing under public scrutiny. That debacle drove a lot of fans from the game itself. Wow, you really think that makes me want to talk to you? Huh. Kotosaki sure knows how to pick 'em. Let me put it as plainly as I can. You're not getting an interview, and I don't want to see your face ever again. Oh, come on. The statute of limitations hasn't run out, hasn't it? Just admit you stole signs and get it over already. He didn't, but you know. Now tell me, how much did you get for betraying the sport? Didn't you feel any remorse? The manager was in on it, wasn't he? That's the sort of juicy news our readers love. We'll pay good money for every tidbit you tell us, okay? The dramatic irony here is he is the only one that wasn't in the loop. Like it's like a bittersweet thing. Not only is he innocent, but he is the only one that's not in the loop. Like everyone lied to him. So you're ignoring me now. Still hanging on to your tattered sense of pride. Alright then. Why don't we settle this on the diamond? Say what? Come on. I was once a pitcher and a wyvern. If you can get past me, I'll give up on that interview. And rest assured you'll never see me again. That's a negative. Win or lose. I have nothing to say to the press. Fine by me. You're not willing to give me the time of day anyhow. Besides, we're both former pros. I think I can learn a lot more from pitching against you than hearing you talk. You think you're that special, huh? Okay, say I do win. Will you really get gone for good? Yepity do. I don't need to say it twice, do I? Is it one at bat? One at bat, one home run? No? Here's the deal. I'm going to throw 10 pitches. Okay, 50%. Oh, 50 homers. Now be out of your life faster than you can sing, "Take me out to the ball game." Now that is an American idiom there. Only 10 pitches. You must be out of practice if that's all you can throw at me. Hey, I've been retired for years, but for these 10 throws, I'll be as good as I was back in my heyday. You can count on that. His hair pattern is kind of weird. 5 homers? I mean, I only hit homers most of the time. Like 99% of the time, contact is a home run. Otherwise, I just don't hit at all. I miss completely. Come on, buddy. Wow. That was almost like that was almost out of the box. Whoops. I was busy trying to process what happened earlier. Dang. He's actually really fast. Dang. That went really north. Get gone, my friend. Get gone. Start walking out. Get gone, my friend. Huh. Who would have thunk it? Two former wyverns duking it out at a dinky little batting cage. Both of us having descended into lonely newsmongers. No less. At least people could care about my news. Now would you quit pestering me? Yeah, I suppose that was the deal. Fine. Consider me a stranger. Oh, but first, I guess I owe you an interview fee. I prefer gear, but... What's this for? I gave you no such interview. You're right. You gave me something better. I can clearly see your batting hasn't rotted away. You still have what it takes to be in the pros. Even after these years, you still kept practicing your swing, in spite of your permanent ban. That's some dedication. You practice in hopes of making a comeback someday. You wouldn't bother to do that unless you were truly innocent. And because you know that in your heart, you have the resolve to press on. You're convinced your innocence will be proven one day. Correct me if I'm wrong. What'd you say your name was? Asada? I say you have more talent with a pen than a ball. That's quite the compelling narrative. I guess I'll take that as a compliment, but it doesn't make me happy one bit. No, I'm sure it doesn't. That's why I said it. Haha, you're a cruel man, Shinada. Let me guess, Kurosaki? Kurosaki? Hey, Asho-san. Don't tell me you're taking his side now. What the heck is going on? Why can't anyone keep a grudge against this friend? Kurosaki, why are you still holding on to yours? Sorry to disappoint, but I write for a small gossip paper. Our readers are hardly sophisticated enough to understand the tear-jerking redemption of a fallen hero. Still, you did provide me with a lead. I'll be happy to spot you for a coffee break at least. What was that? Now if you excuse me, Kurosaki-san, I hope you give me a readers something they actually chew on next time. Little friend. Well, I'm out of here too. I'm sick of you creeping up on me. Oh, and Kurosaki? Wise up, man. You can't be pulling people's string forever. It's gotta snap right back at you. Mind your own gosh darn business. If you only knew. I mean, sharing's caring. Where's my story at? Yeah, I think level 9 is max. Yeah, level 9 is max. We're not even max yet, but hang on, we got an item that I keep forgetting to equip. It's like a batting amulet. This thing. An amulet that adds great power to running throws? What does that even mean? We're trying to complete his side story. And then his sub story. But it's a message to me. Is this handwriting could oh no. Alright. Hey, Shinada. Hmm? Oh, just Kurosaki again. What a surprise. What are you scheming this time? Quit yapping and come with me. Yeah, no thanks. Why would I do that? I got enough problems already. Huh. So you're a coward then. Don't worry, I won't lay a finger on you, I swear. Yeah? Then what are you planning? Come with me and see for yourself. Yeah, might as well see what he wants. At least for old time's sake. Okay, we're at the baseball field. Brings back memories, don't it? Of course I was always a backup in high school. I never got to pitch a game. Of course he was a former baseball player. That's right, you are a pitcher too. When it comes to raw power, I thought you outclassed even Shirakawa, and he was the best of the best. But high school ball is all about winning tournaments. No coach would rely on a pitcher who would melt down on walks. It didn't matter how hard I threw. The pitcher who got to play were guys like Shirakawa, guys with good control. Yeah, I guess. In the summer of our senior year, when we finally made it to Koshin, our team got a lot of attention. You especially, since you batted cleanup. And then since you batted cleanup, I had to watch you guys in the spotlight from the shadow right nearby. It made it all the more pathetic being so close to the light. I had to cheer up for you guys on the field in a game I wouldn't get to play. Up in the stands with everybody else in faraway Koshin. Did I go through all the tough training just so I can make you guys look good? That was always gnawing at my soul. After spending my teens in sweat and grime, I ended up with nothing. It didn't take long for me to hate baseball. I felt like I wasted my youth. What are you trying to say, Kurosaki? Are you blaming us for the way your life turned out? Deep cuts. Very deep cuts. Get in the batter box, Shinada. My pitching against your batting. That's how we settle the score. What are you trying to prove? That we're not so different, you and I. Whatever happened in the past, be darned. I'm not the only one to be ruined by baseball. You got tarred and feathered by the pros. You should loathe baseball just as much as I do. Two sides of a different coin. Or two sides of the same coin. Speak for yourself. Oh, right. You're the one in the spotlight shadow now. You might be desperate to forget that, but I'll make you remember. Fine, I'll show you we're nothing alike. Two sides of the same coin. Two different sides of the same coin. So nothing alike, but still involving the same coin. So both alike and different. Only 5 hits. Fair enough. Cut the chatter. Fiery. That is fast. Holy heck, that's fast. Not fast enough though. Once I see it once. Get out of here. It was fast at first, because you don't see that speed too often. But once you see it once, you know. You still got it, Shinada. I lost fair and square. This, I still like, so far of all the series, I still like the complexity of the Dragon Engine, post-Dragon Engine, like Yakuza 6 and Kiwami 2, where the pitches were like, the different names of the pitches, the intricacies of the depth in the pitching. But it does give depth away from the batting, which before this, the batting was very precise. And this game, they made it more of an RP thing, and then now you have batting flexibility. You're like a batter that has a lot of utility. So because of the utility, it becomes the feeling becomes a bit more about just reading the timing and not about reading where the pitch is. So it's a very different feel. I think Yakuza 5 is sub sticks out as the black sheep for batting. Like 3, 4 are close. 5 is a black sheep. 6 and Kiwami 2, and then Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1. So there are 3 pairs, and then Yakuza 5 is the black sheep of the 7 games. And this system doesn't return. The multiple input system doesn't return for the next like 4 games or 4 projects. You won't be seeing me again either. I'm skipping town. No, they didn't make up. What? Why? To be honest, my broker business was screwed a long time ago. It's like everything else for me. It's all turned to crap. Coping on centering around negativity. Yikes, that's such a deep cut. Worse yet, I got too aggressive and ended up drawing attention from some Yakuza. So I have to disappear before they do it for me. The Nagoya Yakuza. Well, you brought this all on yourself. Don't look at me for sympathy. I know that. I was planning to get out of business anyway. You just move the timing up a little, is all. Hey, Kurosaki. Why didn't you cut and run already? Why bother coming to me for this? So I can finally be rid of baseball for good. I despise it all this time. I wanted to be done with it properly, that's all. Quit lying, man. Lying? You lost me there. Look, no one hates baseball could ever pitch like that. Even after high school, you kept working on your throw, didn't you? And hating something for so long is literally saying the opposite about the person. If you are hating something for so long, it is easily the most important thing to you. If it wasn't important, you have forgotten and moved on a long time ago. So I feel that is incredibly not emphasized all the time. If you love something, yes, sure, that's like the whole like, yeah, if you love something, you care about it, etc. That's kind of quote unquote intuitive, I guess. But emotionally, when you hate something, you care about it a lot too. That's why you have such vivid emotions. Apathy is the true indicator of not caring about something. So he's not apathetic. He hates it so much. So it's kind of the whole like slight hot take. It's the love-hate relationship. The hate to love or love to hate. They're two sides of the same coin. So this is I like that they explored with Shinada's thing pretty much like the many angles of baseball or any sport for that matter, or their passions with sport. Look, no one who hates baseball could ever pitch like that. Even after high school, you kept working on your throw, didn't you? Why would you lie to yourself just to hide the pain? It only gets worse that way. Maybe you have a point. Take this for your trouble. Oh, he's not gonna go into it? Oh, that's such a... Look after Shirakawa, will you? He's just like me, stuck in the past, unable to move on with his life. Yeah, I know. Huh. Looks like our team was full of problem kids. Give it up for old Wes Kamuro. Shirakawa, that's the score to settle. Yep. Last one. Shirakawa's. This is pretty good XP. We still haven't capped. Like, we don't even have equipment to cap his things, but you don't really need it. Legacy doobie. Here it is, the last one. Shirakawa. There he is. Took you long enough. There's our man now. You just keep popping out of nowhere, don't you? I sure do. Now today we settle the score. Follow me. Can you really replicate Akamatsu's pitching though? Have you consulted with your shoulder first? Stop with the shoulder talk and come with me, alright? We'll talk when we're there. Fine, have it your way. Back to the field. Will this do? You had it out for Kurosaki here, didn't you? Huh. He actually told you. He asked me to look after you, you know? Huh. What could he possibly ask you to do? Atone for your 20-year-old crime. For robbing me of baseball so you could satisfy your pride? You won't listen to anything I say, will you? Not until I hit an Akamatsu pitch. Though I doubt you can throw one in this state. Your shoulder is messed up, man. Blown, torn, injured. How many ways must I say it? I admit my left shoulder will never be the same. I still have my right shoulder. You're gonna throw right? What are you thinking? There's no way you'll beat me with an overnight conversion. It's not an overnight conversion. I switched to throwing right after I saw you hit that homer on a stolen sign. Oh, okay. Interesting. Wait, was he really pitching left? I didn't even notice he pitched left. He was southpaw pitching. What? Ever since that game, I've thought about when this day would come. I was determined to prove you betrayed me. But I gradually stopped training. I couldn't fully commit when I didn't know where or how I'd find you. When you beat me the first time, that lit a fire under my butt. So I could replicate Akamatsu's pitching for one final duel. I see. The stage is finally set. Think back, Shinada. Remember exactly how it was. The regional tournament final. 20 years ago. Bottom of the ninth in a scoreless tie. 2 outs. Runner on second and third. On the mound is Akamatsu, the tournament's top pitcher. I do that once in a while. Not for baseball, but for other things. Like whenever I go to an event, I like close my eyes and think about all the events prior to it. It's an interesting mind palace thing. You're in the box, Shinada, which they did do a mind palace thing in this one, in Sukumino with Saejima and Himura. Image training is what they called it. I just call it a mind palace. It's not the same thing, but I just referring to the same thing. 5 homers, okay. Let's go. Fiery. He is very fiery. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh. Okay. Oh, he swapped it up. I was like, does he always go south? I mean, like, does he always throw down? Get out of here. All right. How's your arm? How's your shoulder, man? Well, what now, Shirakawa? You convinced yet? Well, are you? Yeah, there's no two ways about it. Not after that. You're batting seriously something else. I think I knew that a long time ago. I just couldn't force myself to admit it. Oh no, is this track? I really want tabs for this song because I am not good enough on a guitar to replicate it from hearing. But this is a great song. I recognize the chords. It would just take me a really long time. What do you mean? When you, my former teammate, were accused of sign stealing, I thought you were a fraud. A fake. A dirty cheat. A wannabe pro. Grasping for fame he didn't deserve. When I thought of you like that, it made sense why you took that wild swing. You challenged Akamatsu just to earn more respect. And that selfishness robbed me of baseball. Those kind of thoughts consumed me. My hatred of you kept growing, snowballing. But now I understand. You were the real thing, too. A true professional player. Not the kind of guy who puts himself before the team. That homer you hit as a Wyvern, you really didn't cheat, did you? Darn right I didn't. When it comes to baseball, I'm pure as a puppy. Not even drop of guile in me. I suppose that's one way to put it. Come on, man. Have some faith in your own teammate. Faith. Now that's a word you didn't hear much these days. But you know what? You're right. I guess I didn't trust my teammates back then. Not really. My left shoulder was shredded from overuse, but I never told anyone. Not the coach, and certainly not anyone from the team. I wasn't thinking about the future at all. The only thing that mattered was Koshin, and earning our right to be there. If I had stepped out of my shell and confided in someone, maybe my career would have gone differently. Actually, I knew about your shoulder, and that you were trying to hide it. What? I never told anyone though, because I knew how you felt. If I had an injury, I would have kept it a secret too. We all felt the same way. Back then, getting to Koshin was everything. No one thought about what might happen next. I guess a batter like you would have noticed something was off with my throwing. I get it now. I finally understand why you challenged Akamatsu. Oh? If we went into extra innings with a score knotted, you were afraid my damaged shoulder would give out. That's what made you take that swing. So I wouldn't have to pitch anymore. Knowing full well you'll take the blame if you blew it. Honest to goodness, that's a little too far back for me. Can't remember what I was thinking. Oh, no need to thank you then. No need to thank you then. Boy, am I glad I stopped myself in time. Come on, what's with the attitude? It's not like a thank you costs anything. Huh, isn't it a bit too late to drop the act? So, Shitakawa, what are you gonna do now? I'm going back to Tokyo. I took all this time off and the guys at the office are probably swamped with work. You know, it feels like a huge weight's been lifted from my shoulders. For the first time, I can finally wake up in the morning with a renewed sense of purpose. That's great to hear. You take care, okay? Yeah. Sorry for being such a friend, Shinada. It's just like a Sawada. His MSQ has this moment too. And it's completely VO'd. It's pretty great. But they're always living a lie. So the theme in Shinada's like story is that everyone's lying to themselves. And everyone's lying to everyone else. Except possibly Shinada. But technically Shinada is also lying to himself. He's gaslighting himself that he's okay with taking the fall. So pretty much is the complete theme of his part of the chapter. Everyone's lying in some way to themselves and depriving them of opportunity. Oh, and one more thing. What? Thanks. For what? Everything. All of it. I really owe you one. Huh. Try to stay in character. A mystery stone. That's probably a mod. That was a really good story. It's still incredibly strong as a standalone, but his main story quest is all the same. Like, he finds out that the last 15 years of his life, it's kind of like Saejima actually, but Saejima had that type of chapter and theme, like that feel, back in Yakuza 4, where you find out that his 25 years in prison was basically everything was a lie, and it was rough. But Shinada has it even worse, like arguably, debatably even worse. Javelin, huh? Poles? Wait. I don't know if the pipe is considered a pole. Guess we'll find out. Oh, that's a good wrap up. We completed a side story, which is one of the tasks that we need. Oh right, that's right. We can get whatever the item is for completing. New baseball gear. Oh, the pawn shop got new baseball gear. Dang it! I didn't even look at that. Alright, so we finished Shinada's side story. And all side stories completed. Yeah, we finally reached the end of all the side stories. It's so good. This game is absolutely incredible. If there, once again, if there was a game, like, if we can only choose one game to remake in the future, this would be it. This one. But it would be such a incredible undertaking that I would be scared for the well-being of the game, because it's so big. Oh, I just wanted to go to the convenience store. Oh, have I done this? Wait, Tachan. Huh. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah, this is the one where we bumped into this by accident before. Basically, she's incredibly worn out. Yeah. She's like super, super worn out, and we don't know why. And then we just left her over there. Like, she basically just stands there in like fetal positions. Feels bad, man. But we'll get to that soon enough, because we're gonna do the sub stories afterwards. We just need to see what the reward is. A dragon tail. Must be a mod thing. Lucky binding. That's it. Wow. Oof. Okay, yeah, but it doesn't overcome sleep deprivation, if you know what I mean. Worm. So, we're talking about someone who intentionally sleeps and then gets back up, kind of thing. Taking a break from something continuous can be very stressful, but it also has to be a reasonable amount of a lack of sleep deprivation. So it sounds like you're a lot tired, or like a lot more exhausted than anything. But it's a very effective strategy. So like if you know how long something will take, say something takes 4 hours, right? And through your own experience, if you have to do a 4-hour task and you have experienced that your attention waves at maybe an hour or two. So after an hour, you take like a 15-minute pause, get a snack, something that breaks the tedium to some extent, then come back to it. That 15-minute investment, it can dramatically boost the efficiency of not having that 15 minutes in the first place. So like if you continue for a minute, an hour, like to 2 hours, you can probably achieve something far greater naturally most of the time in an hour and 45 minutes with a break in between. But it comes down to experience. So I was just making an observation about something that's practiced. It's a thing that people practice to do. So it becomes more and more efficient over time. It's a really reliable strategy if you have an assignment that takes a long time. And you can do them, you can become super efficient at it. Like what I mean by this is, for example, during work, I don't know, I'm in a lab meeting and it takes 3 hours. Like the meeting was going really long. It's just usually meetings are an hour long. But even in lab meetings, actually, one of the practices in the lab that I used to work with, we take breaks. If it goes beyond 1 hour, we take a 15-minute break. We literally stop the lab meeting and then come back. But if it keeps going, like you're in a situation where you can't have breaks, a breathing exercise for 15 seconds, the amount of 15 seconds that you miss, like even during the thing, you catch up really rapidly. So being able to reset yourself even 15 to 30 seconds is pretty reliable once you get into the habit. I do that quite a lot. Um, that's how I study all night or cram for things, so to speak. But I don't want to be, it doesn't, I don't want to give you the impression that it's confusing with those people who like study for 8 hours straight. When I cram for something, I do it over the period of 8 hours, but it's not without breaks. Because I know how long I can do something, and I would put it at about an hour. However, it would seem like I'm doing it for a really long time. Like for me, like when I'm streaming, right? Uh, it would go for 8 hours, but a lot of people would come in and say, "Man, this guy's been streaming for 6 to 8 hours." I'm actually taking breaks, like mentally, in my head right now. It might not seem that way, but I'm resetting every time I'm doing something. So like we just finished side stories here. I'm resetting right now as we speak. It's not a literal resting. I'm just breaking it up, doing something else. I mean, this game naturally helps with that because you have so many different tasks, right? So even breaking up a task with a different task helps quite a bit. And if you get used to it, you become really good at juggling tasks. So when people say, "Oh yeah, you're really good at multitasking," I'm not really multitasking the way people would think. Basically, you're keeping all that stuff in your head, right? You got to remember task A, you got to remember task B. What I'm doing when I'm multitasking is I'm focusing on A, and then I'm going to drop A for a moment and focus on task B. And then I'm going back to A. So eventually, you get in the habit of understanding how really the mind works. The mind is not trying to keep both the thoughts in at the same time. It's being efficient when you're switching to a task. So when I'm looking at chat and I'm playing a game, I'm working on dividing my attention when I require it. Because there's no real true multitasking. You're not reading and comprehending chat at the exact same time you're doing something else if it overlaps. You're actually just switching back and forth really quickly. But there's a difference between switching back and forth and getting like 20% because you keep switching back and forth without being efficient with that time, it requires practice. So you learn the separate skills, but you're breaking up that task. So it doesn't feel like 8 hours to me because I'm juggling other things. It's 8 hours of not a singular task. Yeah, the thing I say, I don't use numbers because you have to fill it out yourself, right? It's the person that knows the most is yourself over time. You'll probably have realized at some point, say you go to school. School is usually the first place you learn, but then you go on a job, you'll kind of learn where your productivity kind of declines. But it's not because your productivity declines because you're not dedicated or you're not emotional or like you're not hardworking. It naturally declines. It's like a bell curve. It's to understand how the human condition works. Your mind works that way. It and finding that way out, you can bounce back. You can utilize what you're understanding. Like you're losing attention. It's not because you're lazy. Like a lot of times people would ascribe it to, oh, you're just lazy or you don't work hard enough. You can be as efficient as the next person by working in smaller duration over a longer period of time by understanding your own endurance, your own tolerance. So, like, for example, if I worked 4 hours straight, I'm going to get less work done than working in 45 periods 4 times, 45-minute periods across the 4 hours. Some people can work an hour and a half, so 2 hour-and-a-half periods with a 30-minute break in between. The idea is it's not just because of your own stigma. Like a lot of people think procrastination and like laziness and stuff is the result of people's lack of willpower or sentimentalism or vigilance. But a lot of times it comes down to really understanding why you become bored or why you lose attention, why your productivity. Uh, and in the end, it might actually be the reason why you are lazy or you do procrastinate. But that procrastination then has a different perspective on it now. You procrastinate because you've been working against yourself. Like procrastination happens when people keep visualizing their task as one gigantic block. So like, I got to do my homework. If I start my homework, I got to finish it. If I don't finish it, well, I'm just going to procrastinate until I have to finish all of it at once. Well, you'd be surprised if a teacher like myself, I consider myself an internal teacher. If I see a person that has a procrastination tendency, I would design the homework to complement, to remove that tendency to procrastinate. So I would try to ask the student, like, how long do you think you pay attention to? All right, well, unbeknownst to you, like I won't explain it to the person. I would divide the assignment into that much time. So like if the person says, I get bored of doing homework after 15 minutes. It's like, well, what if I gave you 10, 15-minute assignments as opposed to one 150-minute assignment? Like, so you switch up the perspective on the person. That person doesn't have to, like, you could just sit down and explain to them, you can do this, you can try this and see if it works. But as a kid, right, like when you're teaching someone younger who has less discipline and less tools yet from living experience, it sounds a little egotistical, but it is really up to the responsibility of the person who is older and more experienced to try to get them to intuit it, to instead of worrying about all the like the details. And that's what I was kind of trying to say, that in the long run this becomes a lot easier. Like I no longer whenever someone says I'm cramming when I was in college, like people would say, "Oh yeah, you study every day to get the material." It's like, well, I kind of still cram, and it's kind of considered procrastination, but really, it's more like doing small bits but condensed together. So, with that practice, I knew how much time I need, and because I know how much time I need accurately or get more accurately, I can subdivide it anywhere I want. So some days I'll cram for an exam. Some days I'll take it in small chunks through like a whole month's period. If I have a project that takes 3 months worth of time, I can choose when to subdivide the 3 months worth of time so that no matter what, I reach the deadline. And I do this because I keep myself on my toes. Like I don't actually do the same thing every single time. So sometimes I have to cram because when you're on a job, right, or at school and stuff, you don't get to choose usually how deadlines come up, how like mishaps and schedule changes and stuff. So the more flexible you become, generally speaking, the higher chance you're happy with your performances. Because passive challenges like due dates and deadlines, you don't get to choose their condition. But what you can get to choose is how flexible you are. So then in the future, it's like, I'll get it done. Like, well, when someone's like, are you sure? It's like, yeah, I'll get it done. It's like, but it's different from what you're doing. It's like, what do you think I do normally? I like to think that I don't give you the impression that I always do the same thing every single day. Like, what I mean is my approach is the same every single day. That would mean that I'm very good at that one thing, the same approach, but I like to be okay and generally good at a lot of things. Then you always get that feeling when someone asks you something or maybe give you an assignment or you lost some sleep, your schedule is a little out of whack, things, you feel like you're up to the task, like you can handle it. So the feeling thing about the chunk, like the focus, you're trying to get a gauge of where that is, where when it becomes not boring, you're still focused, it provides good feedback, and you're not trying to like work your schedule around for a one-off to accommodate it. But that's the amount of period that you're focusing on, and that's the goal. I don't know what that is, but with a lot of practice, it feels great. It's almost like a game. How long can you focus? And you can treat it like a physical event. So like you had to run 10 minutes straight, right? Tomorrow, you can try to increase your focus. Run 11 minutes straight. It's like the analogy. Or you can change it to distance. And then distance becomes another metric. So instead of saying, "Oh, I can run 10 minutes straight," how about how far I run in those 10 minutes? So you can swap up your attention too. So how long do you want your sustained attention? But how does that correlate with your mood? And how much are you retaining? So the hot take here is sometimes being dedicated and fighting it out, like doing the endurance run, you might not be getting as much in terms of mental return. So when someone studies 4 hours and after 2 hours they're not getting anything new, they could have been sleeping for those 2 hours. They could have been playing video games, doing something that gives them more positive energy, and then coming back to it. So that's kind of how I view obstacles, especially boredom. Boredom, loss of focus, it's really your body telling you that perhaps there's something else if there's anything worth saying, it's a better use of your time overall. But you still have to get tasks done. So I understand the pressure for being forced to feel like you must complete the task at once. but breaking it up is really, really helpful. In fact, I highly recommend it. I think the internet does give you that impression that people get things done together really fast, like all at once. It just feels like everything gets done really quickly. But a little at a time makes all the big things smaller. It's one the hot take in this is uh we'll like give it like a digression, right? We'll full send this digression a little at a time. Um when you have a big task, it doesn't matter like, and if you're asking me what is considered big, it's like, no, you're big. So whatever you consider as a big task, in which you have to bend over backwards, as in sacrifice your emotional stability and compromise your emotions to do, be it your health or your mental health, the idea is to evaluate it and see if you can break it into smaller pieces. And when you break it into smaller pieces, it does a lot of things like making it less overwhelming, make it more manageable, and uh, it probably compartmentalize. It works to the advantage of the person, ability to compartmentalize. So, one of the biggest strategies when it comes to the most consistent strategies. I'm not gonna say it's 100% successful or not. It's it reduces micromanaging, and what it does is the daunting task of like 100 billion things become 100 small things, and you can now do small things. You can accomplish those smaller things more than the whole thing as a whole. So to give you an example, to tie it back to streaming, especially when someone greets me, say a random person is gonna come in now, just now, hops in and say, "Man, you've been streaming for 5 hours." It's like, well, I don't see myself doing one task for 5 plus hours. But when someone comes in and tells me, "Man, how can you been doing this for 5.5 hours?" Their perspective is that they think I'm doing the same thing for 5.5 hours. As in, that's more of a compliment, or maybe they're making a comment about something else. But generally, it's like, wow, way to go, dude. You did 5 minutes. Like, I don't see it as doing the same task for 5.5 hours. That's what keeps me um energetic, or not bored, or losing focus. You have to understand your focus threshold and juggle tasks within that threshold. There are streamers that intuit this. A streamer would take literal time breaks. The whole like get up and stretch thing, that's another way. You know, you break your tedium temporarily and then come back. But instead of doing that, I take it in another step. I focus on different tasks that I'm working on during streaming while doing that one task. And for this game, it's usually how I read. So like, there are points that I want to learn how to read, and I'm focusing on different things. So like, for 30 minutes, I'm focusing on trying to get a meaning or a deep cut in something. And then the next 30 minutes, I'm going to focus on my, like, how my voice is doing and how I'm working on that. And then the next, all the while focusing on the primary task, which is to play the game. But the idea is now that if you look back on any of my streams, my task is snapping to different emphasis while I'm streaming. I don't see it as one thing. Like, I'm not doing it as one thing. I'm focusing on several things, and I'm going back and forth to keep it fresh. So when you're playing a game, yeah, like when you're playing a game like FromSoft, a Souls game, you're gonna focus on beating this boss, and yeah, you do it in 6 hours straight. Like, if you're that guy who like love that diminished return and go 6 hours straight and do it. For me, if I did 6 hours straight, I would probably spend more time than if I just played 30 minutes. on separate occasions. So I play 30 minutes, stop, play 30 minutes, I'll probably finish in like an hour and a half. Even better, I'll sleep in between. 30 minutes, sleep the next day, come back and do the 30 minutes, and I probably do it. As opposed to going 6 hours straight and probably not accomplishing it the first time. And immediately coming back, it'll take like 10 minutes. Because all 60 minutes, you have not consolidated that learning experience. And that goes with the pattern of taking breaks and absorbing the thing. But it can be temporary. You can still do it. You still can gather that benefit if you don't have time to sleep, right? So for me, what I would do is like the mini game, this side story for the baseball thing. I saw the pitch. It was faster. In that 10-second window, I told myself, all right, clear my mind. I just absorbed it. And now I do it again. It's not forcing myself to take all of it constantly. I'm pausing between my learning experiences to consolidate since I don't have time to sleep on it. But if it's a gigantic task like an essay or a project, I know when my focus is going to go off, and it just isn't as efficient as just elevating your emotions again and like taking a break, eating, coming up with stuff, and then working. What that pays off in the end is that when you're doing stuff, when you're being productive, you're maximizing your productiveness. There's no like inconsistency in the quality of its work too. So with enough practice, you're constantly working within your like 70 to 90% quality rate. So over time, your quality is going to go up consistently. So you don't have things like, hey, I stream. I'm going to use content creation as an example since I do it most of the time. There isn't a dip in my consistency in getting online and reading dialogue and stuff. When I know that I am not able to, I just won't. And I'm always keeping that in mind. So over time, you don't even bother. It's not even laborious. You don't even have to schedule things. You just fill it out after a while. Usually though, for myself, I like to like do it, plan it out first, then fill it out because I'm not a very intuitive person. However, for other people, the idea is to fill it out and then start planning. Like you have to understand how you approach more often. I like seeing the thing before starting to rely on intuition. But I would say for these things, a larger majority of people would fill it out and then start writing it down. Like the goal is you fill it out, and I challenge the person and say, can you explain what you filled out? Like how you fill out your, how did you come to 2 hours? How do you know your, can you describe when you lose focus in that 1 hour? So you start writing the stuff down. I just tend to do it in the reverse. I like to write the things out and confirm it if my feelings are aligning. But either or will get you to like, or a mix of both with different things will get you to the goal. The general concept is that you have to figure out when you're getting diminished returns. And usually when it comes to focus, it's not because you're like inept. I really dislike the idea of when people say, oh, I lose focus very easily, therefore I'm a papega. Like they just write themselves out. It's like, well, all right, when do you lose focus? How do you stay on focus? You've so if you know you lost focus, that means you were focused at some point, right? That's a different question entirely, but sometimes people might not notice that they lose focus, or was focusing before. That's like a really tough thing too. But say you take their word for it, like they're losing focus, right? You have to ask them, so how long did you stay focused? Did you know? So once you start thinking about that, it's like, well, you lose focus after 15 minutes. Okay, well, 15 minutes on, I don't know, 1 minute off. 15 minutes on, 1 minute off. Doesn't that produce the same 15-minute, like that's 30-minute focus with two 1 minute breaks? That's far more efficient than going 1 hour and only paying attention for 15 minutes. Like that's 45 minutes of break time that you just threw out. In fact, 15 minutes and taking a 45-minute break is still more conducive to someone's health and mental health than going 1 hour and feeling miserable 45 minutes. Sometimes it's difficult to answer because the effective attention span feels different depending on how you evaluate the task emotionally. So intuitively, it could vary. That's why it's complicated. But that in itself is why there's no like a fixed thing, right? It's diligence. The idea is though you know how to characterize when you lose effective attention, not depending on how long the thing is, like or what it is or anything. It will vary. The time and place will vary, but the idea is you're trying to discern the characteristics that are consistent between them. That's how you get maximizing approaches. Like that's how one skill can produce more return on investment. So instead of focusing on how it varies and it differs, you focus on what is similar. It's kind of ironic that I'm using the word focus, but the idea is you keep looking for differences. You're looking for excuses. You're constantly viewing things on how they may vary, as in, this is the phrase that I've said before, selfishly conscientious. You're focusing on how everything differs, which may make you sound compassionate and considerate and intellectual, but it actually prevents you from answering and looking at patterns. Like it's too much of one thing. So for example, I'm around intellectuals quite a lot. So when we talk, it's like, okay, I'm gonna say a statement like A is true because B is true. And then someone would say, well, technically it depends, because if Z and Y and X are variable and like, and then you have to get like pi and phi and gamma, then I forgot what I was trying to say. It's like, well, yeah, of course you did. And if you really derailed then in the intent of the statement. That's an extreme case, but you can see how it normalizes people's personalities. So the goal of what I'm trying to say is trying to form consistency. But how can one perform consistency if their perspective is constantly focused on what is inconsistent? It'd be very difficult. So what that turns out to be to someone like myself is invariably you have cognitive dissonance. You are constantly looking for inconsistencies to invalidate an approach. So one thing I could say is it's close to nihilism. So I can give an example for how to approach this game, right? This game, I could spend the entire time not playing this game because I know that this game has so many things that the experience would variable for everyone. So if I had to review this game, I would come up with it depends. But I didn't. What I did was I chose my conditions on which I evaluate them to the best of my ability. So I pick as many conditions as I can in order to come up with a consistent interpretation. So when you're thinking about your focus and your attention span, you're studying your focus and your attention span with as many conditions as possible in which it restricts how applicable it is. So like it'll probably say like it'll probably restrict you to schoolwork or something. I don't know. Like schoolwork, writing, and maybe job related writing. So yes, the conditions will restrict what you're learning, but what you're doing is you're developing a skill that at least applies to more than one situation, and you're actively doing it. So for me, when I'm reviewing a game, my first thing is target audience. That's my restriction. Target audience. So what, to the best of my ability, how can I collect enough converging evidence to demonstrate that this is the target audience? Not how I feel, not how the random hipster feels, not about people who haven't played this game per se or not interested in this game. The specific target audience from the perspective of the devs and the publisher. So when you inform yourself of that, it is accurate as you can be, as opposed to saying, well, technically I don't know this, and technically I don't want to summarize this because there's too many independents. Like, well, you choose. You get to choose the conditions. And for attention span, you get to choose your metrics. How do you measure when your attention span drops? We'll start with something. And then you're going to say, well, it depends. It's like, well, yeah, the metric is going to vary, but you have to choose what you're focusing on. So for me, a guide of my attention is I have manic thoughts. So when I do a task and I have a thought that is outside, like something like, I'm trying to write a sentence, right? And say I need to talk about baseball. Well, I start talking about pitches, and then I thought to myself, man, I really don't know the name a lot of these pitches. Well, I can't do the task anymore. So now I have to do something else. So I have to figure out all the pitches that I want to know. It still feels like it's relevant to what I'm doing, but it's actually distracting me from actually writing. So how often that happens? If it happens too frequently, then I'm losing my attention span. As in, I'm not staying focused on the task. So if I keep worrying about pitches when I'm still writing about baseball in general, that's a problem. That's going to deviate. So I'm measuring those things. But you have to choose what you're measuring. And it happens, and that I need to figure out how often does that involve my other tasks. Like how relevant is that to my other tasks? Like if I'm trying to play a mini game, well, I can tell you it's very clear when I lose focus. Because the moment I have a thought, like especially the baseball games, like the combo games, the moment I have a thought, it only takes like 5 or 6 seconds before I like dramatically drop in performance. So like in this game, we needed to hit 5 homers in back to back. The first 3 pitches of this particular thing, they all went below. Like they all went below the strike zone, like the middle of the strike zone, and immediately my thought was, wait, are they all low? And I missed the next 2. Immediately. It was gone. My focus was gone and I missed the next 2. And then I said it. I was like, oh yeah, I was wondering if it was low, and it went up. Then I resumed focus again. So I addressed how I could clear my mind. And to clear my mind in this case is to say what I was thinking. So I missed the last 2 is because my first thought was, I wonder if it's gonna go low. And the moment it went high, I missed. Because I was wondering. That's how sharp it is for me. But it might not be as sharp for other people. But instead of worrying about it, you have to get things done. So starting somewhere is great. Constantly saying that it's going to vary back and forth and whatnot, is ultimately going to be an excuse to stop from starting in the first place. And that's tough. That's like that initial barrier of things. So, ironically, ironically, the thing I said about taking a really big task and then reducing it to, like, say you have a big task that's worth 100 thoughts. How many thoughts can you handle? Let's say 10 thoughts. You break that 100 thoughts into 10 sets of 10 thoughts. And now the 10 thoughts seem achievable. So you tackle all the 10 different sets of thoughts. What you did there with that statement about it's difficult to answer because your effective attention spans different depending on how you evaluate the task, how you intuit certain things, the time of day, your mood, your sleep deprivation. That's the big thing. You have lumped the task of what I suggested as many things as you can collectively do. So prioritize them into small bits that you can do. So let's start with, depending on how you evaluate the task emotionally, maybe that specific thing has 20 core principles that you want to keep intact, and it's still overwhelming. You're saying, nah, this is too variable, it's too difficult. Then you break that down into, well, how I feel on a 0 to 10 scale, for example. If that's still not enough, break it down to maybe just schoolwork. And then you can build up from there. So the idea is, unfortunately, if you are trying to be an intellectual, I guess, I'll use that word. Basically, an intellectual is a state of being, in my opinion, a state of being where you're taking in so much. Like, you want to be considerate of everything. Like, what if I did the wrong thing? What if I need to do a lot of research before I start, right? That's the intellectual, the safe bet, the non-doing, the theoretical work. And that's great. That's the one pillar of someone's abilities. That's the pillar. Like, it's actually overemphasized. Now, the idea is you have to also do the thing. So now you have to be a doer, and that's what the go-getter thing is. When you go get something, you're not burdened by everything that could and would happen or maybe happen. You're focused on the things you know now as opposed to the variability that can introduce. I mean, you could stay in the conceptual phase forever. That's kind of what happens with intellectuals, especially, even worse, a younger generation who has the swarm of the internet, like all that information. Well, here's the thing. It's great to be a know-it-all if you can. It's not healthy to be one. It's manageable and sustainable to be a mix of, you know what you really want to know, ironically, to some extent, and just know that you won't know a lot of things. Like, be acceptant that you're doing something and it might not be the best way to do it. The idea is you need to get into a state that you can start doing it instead of never doing it. And to me, that's why I'm using the word excuse. Excuse is more like nihilism from my perspective. Basically, there's too much technicality that it's so complicated that, I'm just going to wing it. It's just intuitive. Let's just do what I already know how to do. And that's fair. Regrettably, that's not going to improve anymore. Like, the thing that you're settling on is probably something you've probably maxed out at this point. You've done it so much. But here's the catch. If you've done something a lot very often and you decide to do something different just to try it out, when you go back to that one thing that you're doing a lot, you have gained the experience of the new thing that you have done. And that thing that you've done all the time probably benefits from it. And in fact, it's like a mind trick. It's taking a break from what you're doing. So if you feel like everything's overwhelming and everything varies, take a break from thinking that and do something that you know is always consistent. That's kind of the idea. It's like netted. It's all nested. The personality and stuff is all nested in the way it's described. And it's a chicken or the egg. Like, how do you get out of something if you're already thinking about something? The idea is to lower the hot take here, I suppose, is to lower the barrier enough that you simply end up doing, as opposed to always thinking. And I can definitely tell you, I think a lot. And the hardest thing to do is to get doing. There's no, I'm not saying it's easy. It's really difficult because when someone says something, I can't help but think about a lot of things. But eventually you have to do something, which is tough. And the longer you spend just thinking about doing something and not doing anything, the harder it's going to get, in my opinion. Just a fun thing. This all creates a dissonance mind because this thing I'm writing focuses on case study and emphasizes the unique things about situations. So all my thoughts right now are by default. By default, I see your point. It's just a little difficult to. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Just a thought. I was completing the digression because I thought to myself, and I was trying to keep on task today, but nah, this is worth it. This is a juicy bit. Like the whole trying to overcome dissonance and focus is like the bane of my life. Like I have terrible sustained attention, and it's remarkable how much I can convince someone that I have good sustained attention. But really, to me, I pay attention no longer than 30 minutes. This conversation we're having right now, I'm having a new thought like maybe every 15 minutes. Like I'm a terrible sustained attention person. And I always thought I had good attention span, like really good attention span, to the point where I performed worse over the years. The more things I had to remember for an exam, the more I had to prepare, the worse it got. And it came down to the point where I realized I'm just getting diminished return when I keep trying harder. It's pretty good now. I'd say I can probably focus on a single task for maybe 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. You might not think that's a lot, but you can get a lot of things done if you become more efficient with those 30 to 40 minutes. So my 30, 40 minutes might not be the same as someone else's 30, 40 minutes, but it certainly is enough to keep me on task. So every 30 to 40 minutes, I'm allowing a new thought. So for this, I'm switching to a relatable topic every 30 or 40 minutes. So if you ever hear me digress and go back to my digressions, if there were 2 hours, right, a 2 hour digression, I will have at least changed the topic a little bit every 4 or 5 times. Like every 30 minutes, there's going to be a new example or a new thought linked to the previous thought. I wouldn't be like saying, oh, I hate this game, and then I continue to say, I hate this game for like an hour. It would not happen. It would be like, after 30 minutes, I would talk about what I like about the game. And then maybe another 30 minutes, I would talk about what the devs think about the game. It would keep changing every 30 minutes, but it would be somewhat relevant to the whole topic. And then after maybe an hour or two, I would go back to the first topic. And that's how I seem like I'm staying on task. But I cannot focus on one thing. It's actually incredibly impressive to me when I see lecturers and those who give speeches and stuff stay on task. Like, they can talk circles around a singular topic without deviating from it. Do you think there is value in seeing the obstacles, like those you describe experiencing as a neurological condition? Like, a lot of people are talking about ADHD. I do. I explored that quite a bit. Ultimately, um, I view it more of utilizing it. So, for example, it's not an obstacle. It's just something that I can use appropriately. So if I know I'm losing my attention every 30 minutes, well, how can I frame everything in 30-minute periods? I could try the thing that most people do, which is my attention span is only 30 minutes. How do I make it 35 minutes? Try harder. How do you try harder? So you could say, I'll just try really hard. It's like that doesn't tell me anything. Like, what do you mean by try very hard? How do you evaluate that? And that's where learning about experiences, neurological conditions help. It helps you say like, well, okay, they know about this thing, so how do I do that? Because there are things I can't put into words, right? And you've described that your mind, it's difficult to describe what's going on, right? The effective. So learning about these things help, but I don't necessarily think of them as obstacles. They're more they're more opportunities to maximize myself. So, learning that I have an attention deficit is how I overcome or utilize or combat or like find out where what I can do. So here's the GOAT, right? I've always emphasized the importance of a support system and that you're not one person. Like when you try to do tasks, you're not just limited to your one self. So if someone told me, I mean, if a psychologist, I haven't visited a psychologist to really figure it out, to find out. Say they tell me I have ADHD. Well, guess what? That means that I have certain things that I know about my attention span. That's great. How can I solve that problem? Well, it doesn't have to be from me, right? There's technology, there's friends, there's organizations. There are a lot of things even outside yourself. Call it like an augmentation. So I love to read what maybe limits me, or like someone is telling me my limits. So how do I go beyond my limits? I get backup. If you're limited, then recruit something. You're not in this fight alone. I mean, this is gonna sound so sappy, but like a dragon, like this game that centers around slice of life outside of the MSQ, highlights that you are not a one-man army. I would I would love to wish people to be one-man armies, and including myself. I would love to have the opportunity to be a one-man army. But whenever I see an obstacle, it's information. So when you get information, you learn how to the tables, right? The more information you get, it's an opportunity, not an excuse. I think that is like worth everyone. I would wish everyone to see that somehow and feel it at the same time. But it's not the case. It is definitely not the case for the vast majority of people. When they look at when they look at neurological conditions, or they look at people describing their feelings, they're looking for excuses, limitations, things to avoid, things to not work on, or ways to feel better about themselves because they don't have to be as hard on themselves. And that's fair. That's why they're like, that is emotionally protective. But for me, when I see something like, hey, your attention span is not going to get so much better than 30 minutes, it's like, well, what can I do about it? Well, I'll have a phone take care of that, or I'll use more tools. I'll get the tools that I require to keep me on task when I'm not on task. So my phone does things that I can't do as a human being. Sure, like I'm limited as a human being in this case. But hey, I've a part of my skill is to be able to use technology to change that. It's and I'm saying this as a very humble thing. It's kind of like having a prosthetic. But I'm not saying that in from personal experience. Like feeling like embracing the limitations if you lost your arm, right? If you lost your arm and you just decide, well, biology has told me that 2 arms are probably better than one, right? So I might as well embrace it. So now you're going to go around and say, sorry, buddy, I only have 1 arm. I can't really juggle 2 things. But then you think like, wait, I only have 1 arm. So I have a spare. Where do I get a second arm from? And that's the idea. You take your information that you have, what can you do about it? And those are the most inspirational stories on YouTube, in my opinion. Like I'm a sap for these things. Like a guy who plays, I don't know, a guy who like is top 100, pick your favorite battle royale game, using only his feet, or a person who's finally getting a chance to play a video game because they decided, hey, there are people who can get my brain to play the video game for me. Like, like using my brain only instead of my arms or things like that. And that's what is incredibly strong. And I believe, and this is sappy from, sorry, this is going to be like a really sappy anime trope thing. But I do believe with a proper mindset that humans can make their happiness happen. Even against like some of the worst possible things. I mean, outside death. I understand death is kind of a one-way street. But we're talking about when you're really sleep deprived, even against the most sleep deprived and dire things, perseverance is an incredible characteristic of humans. And with the proper mindset, things don't feel like obstacles anymore. They just feel like, I'm going to use the C word, challenges, but they're challenges you decide to take. And the more challenges that you can convert from the passive challenge category to the active challenge category, it means you can beat it. It is, and it's kind of like that one guy who said, I wouldn't chase after a dream if I know I lose. So they always chase the dream knowing that they can win. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be reality, which is the whole idea. Like, it depends, like all these things. It's in that moment. There's a distinct possibility you're going to win. And that's like kind of one of the mantras of this game. Like a Dragon is one of the mantras. Kiryu said this literally. So there's still a chance. That was his like whole baseball arc in Yakuza 6, coincidentally. So there's still a chance of winning. That's all that matters at the moment. When you complete the task, right? Like, oh no, you lost. Like, and then you reflect, it's like, oh yeah, like it was like 99.9% to 1 that you would lose, right? And then you realize that after the fact, like, but here's the deal. You did it. That is the experience. Any experience is the GOAT of human power. If you decided to say, if Kiryu decided, oh, it's the odds are 99 to 1, we might as well not do it, he'll never change. A human being won't ever change in that perspective. Like, you gain nothing. With one big asterisk, if you choose to replace it with something. But generally speaking, avoidant behavior doesn't replace it with something. They avoided it to protect themselves from learning from that. So there's a difference between substituting. So for example, I can't be the top Osu player. I can't be the top streamer, but I'm replacing it with something. I know my I know that whole like nihilism and all that thing is telling me this is the odds of me being a great something. It's like, well, all right. Sure, you got me. I'm not going to do that. But what am I replacing it with? I can't have an attention span of an elephant. What am I replacing it with? I have to think of other strategies to do so. And then that goes all the way back to my personal experience with the whole taking a break, attention span thing. And you might not be one of them. So there is a very high chance that, I mean, there's a very likelihood that whatever your mindset and stuff is going in your life, it might not work, whatever I'm saying. That's why I make no guarantees. But you will never know if you choose to not do something because you have too many things to juggle, like too many things to worry about. So that's kind of the idea. Is it worth it or is it not? You have to answer that question. For me, all the stuff I said after goes back to why I stand behind the idea of attention span. There are people in this world that I've met so many times in my life over the years. They keep telling me like, boy, I would do so much better if I had an attention span like you, right? And my thought immediately is like, I'm pretty sure statistically you probably have a longer attention span than I do. Like, especially when we were younger, like a 16-year-old come up and say, how do you, have the attention span to go and get a PhD? It's like, well, funny story. I probably don't have the attention span that you think you need to have a PhD, to get a PhD. Or like, how do you stay dedicated to education for 12 years on PhD? Well, the answer is I don't. Like, I didn't do the same thing for 12 years. Like, it's not one thing. You're not doing the same old for 12 years. You're a summation of a lot of things. Like, I slept more than I did studying science over those 12 years. Actually, arguably, there are some periods where I actually did science longer than I slept. But there are ups and downs. But across the 12 years, I didn't just do science for my PhD. I slept, I ate, I socialized, I played video games. So that's kind of the thing. There's a lot, but it can stop you from doing it if you think of it as a lot. So when a kid comes up and says, "Oh, how do you spend 12 years doing one thing? That's a lot of dedication." They're lumping it together because it's due inexperience, right? In alternatively, you could say that's dedicated. What did you do during those 12 years? Like, that would fill in what you don't know, right? It's like, it's great. Like, you can feel good for something without giving the impression that you're lumping things together. Because what that does sometimes is it makes, okay, but there is a person problem. It can deflate the accomplishment of someone else, but at the same time, it makes what you want to do more achievable. So like, if for me it's okay, for others maybe not so much, but I'm only speaking now personally about myself. If someone says, "Oh, PhD is not that hard. Like, you do this and this and this," that strikes me as someone who knows how to partition and understand the moving parts in getting a PhD because they feel more comfortable about it. Sometimes it might be a oversimplification or something, but it would mean that this person is likely to be able to do it. A person that says, "Oh man, I could never do that," it's likely viewing the PhD as a whole thing, like this gigantic one wall leap that they can never make, instead of viewing it as staircases or like a slope up. And that goes with it's a balance between the two mindsets. I will leap. I will picture something as high as I can leap. No more, no less. And if that thing is truly higher than I can leap, I'll do I'll break it down into smaller leaps to get to the same height. It'll take me longer, or maybe less. Who knows? But whatever it is, I tend to try to view everything in the span that I can appreciate and be able to do. So now, going back to this, it's like there was a time in my life that I thought there was no way I would be welcoming to streaming or entertaining. Like here's here's one last thing just to illustrate socializing. Imagine a 16-year-old me who feels like all I can do is pay attention for like 15 minutes. How the heck are you going to have a conversation with someone at a party that lasts 2 hours if your attention span is only 15 minutes? Like, how do you do that? Well, you could be like me, like a little kid who said like, nah, I just won't go to parties. Like, I won't talk to anyone. Like, because I've already accepted that people, social butterflies can talk to each other for like 2 hours non-stop and never run out of things to say, right? Like, then social anxiety builds, um, awkwardness, isolation, and then lots and lots of stress. So you're now what do? You go into a cycle of nihilism, basically. You start looking for all the factors that convince yourself that I need a very special type of situation to be less socially awkward. So hopefully, if I get lucky, I'll join a chat room with 30 other people who have an attention span of 15 minutes and don't like to say anything and all feel anxious and stuff. What are the chances that's going to happen? Well, it got better with the internet. That's just an asterisk, though. But when I was 16, the internet is not what we experience. Like, it's barely a thing, right? So, what I did was, generally speaking, said, well, how do I convert 15 into contiguous segments? And then the idea is also, well, how do I even know if I pause and sit there and be awkward for 15 minutes, if that even bothers anyone? You don't know that. You could read a lot about it and say, yeah, sure, like people don't like, say, well, but you won't know for sure. What I mean is, yes, the odds are against you, but the idea is you're balancing knowing what the reality is and being able to gain experience. And the goat about that is that 15 turned into strategies that I can work with. Because no matter how much you know about something, you can't know about all the obstacles, all the little things without doing it. The whole overwhelming feeling that you have about considering all the factors, it is what's limiting your growth. And also, you lose all that because you haven't done it. So, for example, the first thing I did was, like, some of the first times is I went in there. I was, in fact, socially awkward, unable to keep a conversation for 15 minutes. Felt really horrible. Felt like I wasted my time. I never want to go back. With all that, hyper focused, because I'm an emotional train wreck as a little kid, right? Just, and everyone's garbage, and I know more than everyone else because I was an arrogant little kid who really didn't know much better. And then in that experiment, I learned some of the things I've observed. Like, oh, why was it 15 minutes? And some of those people actually liked something about me. So now, instead of only coming back with negative things, I also came back with other things that I can't possibly see myself, which is everyone else that you interacted with. So they became the sources of solutions, inspiration, critique, when they don't even know about it. So, like, for example, if I went there and someone says, like, 6 of the 8 people said they dislike me, that's information I wouldn't know. No matter how much you are good about it, like, no matter how much you plan and stuff, you can't possibly know that those are the 6 people that hate you. And on top of that, nowadays, I don't even feel like I can be like that. When someone hates me, it's more interesting than when someone likes me. Because when someone likes me, it's usually about the things I already know. When someone challenges me and hates me, that's when I ask them, can you explain that? Because that is the opportunities. Those are the learning experiences now. So to the point where that 15 minutes, it didn't matter anymore. Like, it's just superficial. Like, 15 minutes, well, if you have 8 people, the topic probably changes way more rapidly than 15 minutes. And I can choose who I pay attention to all the time. And if someone yells at me and say, hey, you didn't pay attention to me, it's like, can you explain that to me? Like, I need to know. How long do you pay attention to? And then soon enough, the person who hates me would end up hating me less, or maybe we become friends, because then they would explain the same thing. And turns out, usually, here's the silver lining in most things, that person is probably experiencing something similar. And the reason why they hate you is because they probably know about the behavior that you have. Often, the people who don't care about you, the people who aren't, it's kind of humorous in this sense. When you're thinking about social anxiety, right? And you feel like people don't care about you, the only people that don't care about you are the people that you wouldn't ever talk to in the first place, or they never wouldn't ever talk to you. They might not even be there. So the people who hate you and the people who like you are the people who care enough to even waste emotional energy. Waste, I'll use a different word. Invest emotional energy in you. So yeah, turn that here's the incredible goat at the end. Turn that anxiety into fuel. Turn that stress into fuel. Turn your sleep deprivation as a motivation to remove sleep deprivation. And it's so hard to do. That's the bottom line. It is really hard to do. So in no way am I saying all this stuff, saying, yeah, no, you can be a new man tomorrow. You can be a new person tomorrow. It's just the idea that I wouldn't ever underestimate someone's mindset to be able to make really hard things be manageable. And often I do find myself in reality, like the real truth. I don't have that great amount of, this might be, there is a slight chance I'm being an imposter here, like an imposter syndrome. I don't really know, because an expert would have to tell me, but I'm not downplaying anything. I truly think that the resources that I think people think I have, it's through practice. It's a practice skill. I don't ever think that I was born with resources that are any more remarkable than the next person. And that's the best part, I think. To me, being able to say that means that other people can do it. And that's great. I think that's I think my favorite thing about myself is I am so average that I feel confident enough to tell other people that you can probably do this and be happy with being average, or being happy with limitations. And there's a big asterisk. I don't have a developmental disorder. I don't have a I don't know, a terminal illness, or I don't have physical limitations per se. Like, what I mean is crippling disease and disorder, like genetic disorders. But you have to keep in mind, as much as it sucks to be one of those people, it is incredibly in the minority. Like, the chances is incredibly small to find that relatable. And those people kind of, clustered together too. And it sucks that they have to do that. And in fact, it's one of the reasons why I wanted to do science, especially genetic genetic diseases and heritable diseases is because they got so unlucky. Like, it's the lottery of unlucky when you grow up with truly developmental disorders and like stuff. So for me, like saying I have a short attention span, it's like, well, what if I can't even express what I'm thinking? That's like the worst of it. But at the same time, it's like an incredibly small percentage. So whenever you're thinking about stuff that you're struggling with, other people, other people is the key. Like they can be the key, and it's always worth go getting for that. With that said, though, we only right now that's actually irrelevant to what we're talking about, right? We're talking about self improvement here. However, self improvement is linked with interpersonal skills. So taking a chance at that is always worth it. Just that's my personal bias. I cannot. I still can't like focus on things really, really terribly. Like every time I get into an exam room, this is gonna be the last thing. Every time I get to an exam room, my first thought is, what tiny sound is gonna happen in that room that's gonna get me to perform worse? That's just it. Like when I sleep in another place, right? You can hear like the tiny clanking of pipes or something, and that would just keep me up all night. In an exam, when someone like constantly shuffles like their shoes or something on the desk, that would probably take me out of it every 15 minutes. So uh, every like 15 or 30 minutes, I would lose time. I would lose uh attention to do the task. So I had to figure out a way to work around that. So I need to come up with a ritual that gets me back on task every time I get distracted. And it still doesn't work that great. I mean, in graduate school, the first 2 years, we still had exams, right? We still had to take those exams. And it was still a nightmare. Like, in fact, it was even worse because the stuff that you had to write were a lot longer. And it was so difficult to say, oh yeah, I can bust out the answer in 20 minutes. If I could, that would have been great. And one way to do that is just study harder or something, like work at it harder. That's fair. That's the brute force method. What I tried to do was come up with like, okay, my sentences are kind of unrelated now. So I stop and move on to the next question. And then I come back. So I started skipping around constantly in the questions, just constantly going back and forth in order to stop myself from getting distracted by something else irrelevant. It's still not the greatest, and I didn't perform really well. So like it's still, graduate school was when I knew I had limitations. I couldn't just get away with being efficient enough to get everything done in like 15-minute and 20-minute intervals. So I had to adapt. Ultimately, the problem kind of solved itself in a way, because then after the 2 years, we stopped taking exams. Like we, there weren't the like written exam stuff. A lot of it was oral. So when you're doing oral, it's like an entirely different perspective. So ideally, what happened was the career I chose kind of took advantage of my current situation most of the time. And then the other stuff, well, I still worked on it, but I didn't work on it very often. So if I go back into an exam room again, where I'm writing stuff, it's probably going to be pretty bad. Like, it's going to be a pretty bad experience. I mean, I could already see it in playing video games. Like, when I'm, I don't know, trying to complete a boss, and it takes longer than 30 minutes of trying, like solid trying, it's gone. Like after 30 minutes, it's like I'm getting worse. I will progressively dip and get worse. So the idea is just to take a break from it. But if I was doing an exam, you don't get to come back. You can't quit and come back. Now, if that was the case, I would totally take up with it. Like, instead of taking, that's why quizzes and stuff work out just fine. That's where all the grades come from. That's where I boost my grades and set up for a mediocre exam performance. In fact, very last story, there was one time, and I absolutely, this is what made me absolutely positive that one person's action in your life can shape a person's entire path. It sounds so sappy, but my advisor and my advisor slash uh, professor slash academic counselor, like basically, there was one time I had an exam and I was freaking out. I was like freaking the heck out. I had so many distracting thoughts. And this exam was just like all open ended and it took a really long time. And in that day, there was so many things happening. Like someone was sniffling, I was having allergies, and like someone was constantly coughing, and it was insane. But this person, who I mentioned quite a lot, just removed the time limit. He basically said, okay, if anyone needs more time, just come along with me, and the exam turned out fine. But instead of, it was in an environment where it wouldn't be construed as, oh, that's unfair or that's not fair. It was offered to everyone, right? But the idea is I spent 4 to 5 times longer than the average person in the room to get the same, to get a great result, but it's still a similar result to someone who only spent an hour. I think it might have been like 50 minutes. It was like a 50-minute exam, and I ended up spending 4 hours. It's because I spent like 3 hours being distracted. Like, effectively, that's what you're normalizing to. And you could say, oh, that's because I suck, or like, that's my obstacle, or whatnot. It's like, but what did I get from those 3 extra hours? I finally came to realize that I had something that was different. So I learned from that experience. But that person, that instructor who I feel like I owe so much to professionally, he offered it. He offered that opportunity. So it was him that allowed me the opportunity to know where I am. He could have just said, and your tests in, your 50 minutes are up, hand your tests in, right? You could also, I could have said, no, I want to be like the other people, and just, it's like, I can't think anymore. This is the best I can do, and hand my exam in. So 2 things had to happen that day. Me to take a chance, because it's not just because I'm losing attention and like I didn't prep enough and accept that I suck at paying attention or something. And 2, someone else offered an alternative solution. And it can't happen with just one person. A lot of times it just doesn't happen with one person. Still not irrelevant to that self-help thing. But it was just I say it all the time because it was that moment that it really did change my, actually this person in general, including my best friends that I know now to this date. That period of my life was the first time it wasn't just me. I didn't learn just because I can learn something. I learned because I took risk in interacting with other people. And then now video games is kind of like that. Only I see all the little youngins doing the exact opposite, which is fine because that's how young people learn. Like, that's how I did it. Like when I was a kid, that's what you do. You stream based on what you can achieve, what you can do, what you want to tell about yourself, and you're specifically learning because you want to learn. I stream for a very different reason, because I don't need to learn about myself very much anymore. I want to learn how to teach other people. I want to learn how to describe to other people what I'm thinking, because it's not something that I can control. Like, and it's the last frontier. So when you become comfortable with all the noise of doing things, right? Like, oh, there's so much variability in this. Human perception and stuff is very complicated. When you become comfortable with saying, I think I know enough that I'm going to take a chance, it translates to other things being not as difficult too. Like your perception changes. It's like, well, I don't want to talk to this guy. This guy seems like they hate me and all that stuff. And then I can read into this and it's like, well, I do that knowing all that as well. So like the threshold keeps going up. Like I could say, I know 90% sure that this person dislikes Like a Dragon games. I'm not going to talk to this person. No. In fact, I literally want to do it to see if I'm correct. And if I'm wrong, that's even more interesting. So no longer is it that the more you know, the more technical you are, the more nihilistic you become. I don't become more nihilistic. I become more a go-getter. So because what you just said about it depends on a lot of things, that's the reason why I want to do it. As opposed to becoming the reason not to do it. Like is this the best way to learn how to play this game? It's like, what is the best way to level up? Like, well, there's a lot of factors in that. It's like, you know what? I don't really want to do this because I need to know what the best way to do this. For me, it's like, I don't know what the best way is. Let's just do it because it doesn't matter. Like, I want to do it and see what my best way is, because the best way isn't the best way. It's my way. And that's kind of the way it goes. And then when I do it a certain way, like how I'm streaming right now and digressing really hard on while trying to complete Yakuza 5, how are you going to do it? And because I did it this way, incredibly inefficiently, or to some people, I want to see what an efficient person would. Like I want to go on YouTube now and see what do people talk about when they're playing Like a Dragon. What does it get people to talk about? And of course, it does confirm a lot of my suspicions, which is less interesting, but still, it's information. Like most people talk about the combat a lot of times, like how it makes them emotionally. They care a lot about it. They love to hate that stuff, like the combat, over and over again. And then they sideline, the sub stories. Like, rarely can I even find material in which people connect all the sub stories together and whatnot and all that. And then people like the music, which I do too. But that's the idea. It varies so much that is the perfect time to try to do it. In fact, what I'm telling you now, I guess, if you're not if you're still holding on to, I want you to prove to me that it doesn't work for you. That would be so interesting. Like, I'm not telling you something to guarantee that it's better or worse. I want you to share with me what your results are. That's kind of the idea. Like, it's not, I can't tell you what's going to happen. I'm offering you a choice, and then you can choose to do it or not. And that's kind of the best part about interacting with another person. That person is an endless source outside yourself, and the more people you surround yourself with that can do that, the better. Of course, like the downside is if you're not a person who's reached my state of mind where you're more encouraged to do things when a lot of information is thrown at you, that could make you really depressed. And that's definitely not the target audience. So if you get too hung up on, oh no, 6 people told me 6 different things, and now I have to somehow incorporate all 6 things into one solution, That's probably where that falls apart, where like more people is beneficial. But for me, that's where it's at. All right, that's a good digression point that we'll hold on to. But I am kind of curious about what your assignment's about. But that might be another topic for another time. All right, I was gonna stop here actually. So this was where I was gonna end. So we were gonna we're gonna switch to Yakuza 6 for like 2 or 3 hours. So we're gonna move on to Yakuza 6. So we're switching gears. Just as a digression for the stuff. Like a Dragon series is perfect for these things. These things happen all the time. When it comes to like focusing, being overwhelmed, following dreams, improving yourself, taking second chances, the odds, carpe diem. Carpe diem was literally in this game. And now social media because it's 2013. And then we're about to move into a game that's set in 2016. That ADHD stuff happened, anime, social media presence, like live chats, 2D girls. It literally 2D girls happened in Like a Dragon. Yes. Yeah, we talked about that a couple of times, yeah. So Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, is coming out in November. And it's the 6th game I'm gonna pre-order ever on Steam. So we're gonna play that. And it sets up, it's the next Kiryu game. So yeah, get ready for that. And then there's one in 2004.